America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today as we take a look over Central Park. It is a beautiful fall afternoon, though temperatures this weekend has almost felt like an early spring weather, as we are very grateful to have some dry temperatures continuing and plenty of turf racing. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by Andy Serling and Jonathan Kinchin up here on the set. And Andy, as I mentioned, we've been really lucky with Mother Nature. 2 turf stakes today and plenty of action this weekend.
Yeah, no, we've got 7 turf stakes all weekend, 7 stakes, all turf stakes, 2 today, 3 tomorrow, and 2 on Sunday. We have turf racing scheduled through next week only, so we'll be off the turf after that, but we're taking full advantage of, as Keisha said, has been great weather, which has kept us in the turf pretty much the whole meet.
Yeah, the weather has been great. I was out in San Diego for the Breeders' Cup. I woke up a couple mornings, and the app was telling me the weather was better in New York than it was in sunny California.
I was still not unhappy to be in San Diego.
I was very cold. We know I struggle in the weather, so you
saw
saw me the barn area in Del Mar all bundled up with 6 layers. But anyway, we're happy that it's bright and sunny today, and that's good news for the stakes coming up a little bit later on, including the Pebbles later on today. Will be at the end of our show, the last race today, that turf sprint in race number 9 in the autumn days will not be on the show. You can watch on Naira Bets, but as far as the grade 3 Pebbles is concerned, Andy, Oversubscribed is the horse to beat, as she does turn back in distance a little bit.
Yeah, and she probably should have won the Lake George, a little unlucky in there, and last time out, not really her preferred trip, stalking with no cover. She's no horse to beat, but this is, Jonathan, a very competitive race.
Absolutely. I mean, Oversubscribed is one of those horses where she always gives you a big run, and so, not so much last time, but prior to that, and so I think she's always going to be taking some money, and she's just not one that I necessarily trust. Is she the most likely winner of this race? Yes, but do I think she's a trustworthy favorite? That's one I'm not quite sure about.
And then the question remains, what do you do with Makanga? We know how she likes to run. She wants to go out to the front end. Can she sustain that speed? This is the shortest distance that she's gone in a while.
Well, you know, I'm not going to discount her. I thought she ran very well when she lost on Oversubscribed in that race where there was a rabbit that basically drilled her, and she still finished a respectable third that day. And one thing, if you're the rider of this horse, Jonathan, you cannot get in her way. You have got to let her run, because she's a runoff type that still can finish.
Yeah, and it's one of those things in these races where you can find a horse that can find the front end like this. I think it's always dangerous in turf racing. So often we complain about paceless turf races. There will never be a paceless turf race if she's involved.
Take a look at what else is coming up on tap today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Great afternoon. As highlighted, those 2 stakes later on the autumn days you can watch on Naira Bets. Pick 5, pick 6. Be sure to get involved. We're fast and firm. We'll be showing you 8 races on the card today. You can join Naira Bets and play all the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. We have a nice way to kick off the card. A 2-year-old filly's made in special weight, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And right now, it is second-time starter Save the Queen, who's taking a lot of early money. Andy, are you surprised about that, especially in the teeth of Hey Everybody, who's run quite quick in her 2 races so far?
Is it a big positive for the number 4, Save the Queen, that maybe the connections and there's a story that she's training well and she's going to improve? Or are they not like the 1, or are they just badly misbetting the race at this point?
We'll kick off the field starting off with Hey Everybody, who comes off of a 2nd place finish.
I don't know how you can't think she's way the horse to beat. She chased outside against a good rail, against a horse Stunner, who was a very impressive winner of the Tempter this weekend.
First-time starter, More Than Grace.
Ray Handel went from being one of those guys that never really won first time out to seemingly being one who can win first time out.
There goes the 3, Lucille Ball. Well
yeah,
named.
this horse, like the 2, worked a nice 10 flat. Is after a very good runner in Doncho.
Like that out of Sassy Redhead. There's Save the Queen. She was very green on track first out.
Yeah, gotta love the experience. Horse took money on debut. Just not crazy about this one at such a short price.
5, Windflower, room for improvement.
Yeah, as a horse that you and I both like. We'll talk about her more after the post parade.
Big Price, Melancia going by, and there's the 7, Game Chaser.
Firster for Linda Rice, and listen, I'm never going to be shocked when they run. Is a half to Separation of Powers, the Grade 1, multiple Grade 1 winner. So we'll see what we get from her. Not taking any money, but I do want to talk about the 5 in here. That we should talk about. She was a horse that took some money against Hey Everybody and Stunner, who was an overwhelming favorite. She didn't break that day, and you really needed to be sort of inside speed here. And not only did she not break, she was out in the middle of the racetrack during the running of the race, and she actually did do some real running before not surprisingly falling apart. And I know that both you, Acacia, and I think that she's going to give a much better account of herself today.
Yeah, and she adds the blinkers here today too. So you'd like to think maybe Bill Mott felt like her slow break and maybe even some of the trouble she found herself into was maybe of her own doing, and hopefully maybe the blinkers could help improve her focus in here. I mean, she definitely makes a lot of sense at 5 to 1. It's just one of those deals when horses have trips first time out. I think people get very excited and want to jump right back on them, but sometimes that's just who they are. They find themselves in that type of trouble.
I imagine breaking the rail in her debut probably did not help her in that case, and I'm going to guess she's going to be more professional. And what I found interesting is she was bet last time to be 5 to 1 in that field, making her first 6 to 1 for Bill Mott. That's some money to be taking because they were betting a lot on the winner, and they were also betting on Hey Everybody, both of them coming out of a race behind probably the best 2-year-old filly that ran all year in Senza Parole.
8 to 5 now, taking over to the 1 Hey Everybody. But as we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, a lot going on in this race of the 2-year-old fillies. What are you seeing?
There is. There's some lovely pedigree, some interesting workouts heading into here too, Acacia, from, well, way back when at the OBS March sales. But let's talk about two who have experience. We'll begin with number 4, Save the Queen. I heard you just mention she was very green in the prelims on her debut. She's green yet again, and that is not something you necessarily see with Chad Brown horses. She was just goofy. She was very reactive in the paddock. Any type of noise another horse was getting pat, and she nearly had a hissy fit about it. She got out on track. She didn't go with the pony. I suppose she can't go with the pony. Just acted clueless once out here. Look, she ran fine first time out, and she made up more ground than any. But what has me kind of scratching my head is that she's not getting any more ground to work with because she also looks like a horse that wants to run long. So we'll see what she does here at second asking. I'm looking elsewhere, and I'm looking to her outside with number 5, Windflower. I thought she was a bit underdeveloped, looked as though she could strengthen in that debut, and boy, has she ever. She looks like a different horse from first to second start here as those blinkers go on. And in that first race, she was down on the rail. And as our very own Richard Migliore, who will be joining the show later, always says, those horses, especially inexperienced ones, will run to that open space. And she really ducked down to the rail in that first start. She did take a lot of kickback that day. So it was a good learning experience, I thought, overall. And, things you can improve on. Now she's drawn towards the middle of the field. She looks so good here, has gotten a great warm-up, has been utterly professional here, and just will apply those shortcut cheater blinkers. So I really like what I'm seeing from Windflower. Now, there's 2 first-time starters we'll talk about, both of which selling at the OBS March sale. And for those who maybe want to watch workouts, I think there's some things to be learned from actually watching these 2 horses, More Than Grace and Lucille Ball, their workouts, because they both work 10 flat, yet More Than Grace sells for $180,000 and Lucille Ball sells for $100,000. That's almost down to sires, because in the end, as we'll talk about More Than Grace first here, I really didn't like her workout much. She looked to be lugging in. She looked as though she could be quick, but she kind of slapped the ground hard. I didn't love her action. Now, it's taken her a little while to get to the races, so maybe had to overcome some issues in her preparations. She has been really professional here for Ray Handel, but she also represents herself as one that could win a little bit more ground despite that workout, because her pedigree would say such. The Dam, she was a multiple stakes winner winning PA bred, going long, and she just kind of has that appearance. Though she has done everything right for this debut, whereas Lucille Ball, she wasn't asked at all, and she really got over the ground well. Great push from behind, and the way that she's put together and looking at her pedigree, it says sprinter. Now, Chris Engelhart, not known to get a first-time starter necessarily ready to run and win first time out, so she does look as though she'll need one, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, very intriguing as far as those 2-year-old sales works are concerned. And we'll see if either of those who sold as a 2-year-old, More Than Grace and Lucille Ball, can be ready at first asking. Both of them looks like need to have their running shoes on versus some of the ones with experience in here.
They're not live. I mean, at the end of the day, they're betting on 3 horses basically only in this race. And not surprisingly, Jonathan, as we got close to the race, the one asserted herself, as she should, as the overwhelming favorite.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at her last 2 races, I mean, she ran maiden special weight winning type performances, but just kind of ran into horses that were significantly better than her. I don't think horses like that are in here.
She is supposed to be tough to beat. I'm trying to beat her with a 5, as is Maggie, but I have no illusions that she's not the way the horse to beat.
And I think her experience helps her with this rail draw, right? She's broken fine enough in her 2 starts, and she shouldn't have any issue down there.
I don't worry about the reality is the numbers over time show that it's not really a factor, these 2-year-olds rating the rail. Obviously, it didn't work for the 5 last time, though the way she ran, it's hard to believe that she would have been professional if she broke from any post.
65 now on Hey Everybody. 3rd time out after facing some very fast fillies in her first 2 starts. There's that greenness we were talking about with Save the Queen. Still showing a little bit of that in her 2nd start. Dylan Davis going to jump off and looks like they're going to load her without the rider.
Maggie talked about it, that she just didn't see a real change from that first start, and what we're seeing here indicates even more of that. So she was ahead of the curve on that, and apparently, as usual, dead right.
Yeah, first time out, she was really bad loading as well. So they get her in. We'll see if that's a better sign. Hopefully she can be a bit more professional throughout the running of the race. First race of the day, maiden special weight for 2-year-old filly, is a fun way to kick off the card. We send it up to the voice of Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, standing by with the call.
Game Chaser hesitates, takes a step back. Now in. All set. And they're off. Hey Everybody has early speed, and so does More Than Grace towards the outside from 2nd. Then Lucille Ball is 3 wide from 3rd. Out wider in 4th is going to be Melancia. That's the leading quartet. Just behind them, that's Windflower, who's tracking in 5th and moves over down towards the inside. As Rail skimming ride there from Save the Queen, and far back early, Game Chaser is the distant trailer. They're chasing Hey Everybody, and John Velasquez, they're clear, 22.22 for the opening quarter mile with 4 furlongs left to travel, and they work into the far turn now. Hey Everybody, More Than Grace is engaged from 2nd, 3 wide. Here's the move from Lucille Ball. In tight at the rail, Windflower, Junior Alvarado just waiting for a seam, is right in behind now, a battling trio as they get set to approach. A quarter mile left to go. Tipping towards the outside there is Save the Queen here in 5th. And now the new leader is More Than Grace and Flavien Prat. They reach the top of the stretch. Less than a quarter mile to go. Lucille Ball is ranging up on the outside, and now Lucille Ball is up by a half length. More Than Grace is down towards the inside, is now a clear 2nd. Far back to the rest is Save the Queen, is trying to rally on. They are inside the final furlong, and still now 3 lengths clear. It is Lucille Ball on your television screens on this Friday afternoon opener. Lucille Ball with a winning performance. Lucille Ball wins it over More Than Grace. Then came Hey Everybody and Save the Queen in 1 minute 17 and 1.
Lucille Ball, sassy redhead. She runs to that quick 2-year-old sales breeze, and she's much the best here, perching outside under Javier Castellano.
The horses with experience were atrocious in this race. Our 5 will probably never win a race if you can't be competitive with that kind of trip. The 4 didn't finish despite the pace coming apart, Jonathan. Hey Everybody had nothing, and the first-time starters ran 1-2, the 3 and 2.
These are the hardest races, in my opinion, in racing, is when the horses with experience that have given you a glimmer glimmer of hope that they can run a little bit, and they don't show up, and the first-time starters jump off the screen. It's exactly what Lucille Ball did. And More Than Grace ran well as well. I didn't really see much of an excuse for the 3 horses with experience, the 1, 4, and the 5.
Well, the 5 had a perfect trip. I mean, as I said in the turn, if the 5 can't get a piece here, she just can't run. And she got a great ride from Junior and had nothing. Hey, everybody was basically done at the 5/16 pole and saved the Queen in a race that was kind of falling apart. Couldn't even manage to get by Hey, everybody. So it was all about the firsters in here, and Javier gets the win. A big win for Chris Englehart and the connections.
One of the most cleverly named horses on the card that you'll see today, but Lucille Ball, filly by Lord Nelson, wins at first asking for the Chris Englehart Barnes. Javier Castellano pulling away from her competition in the stretch. 3-2-1-4. Hey, everybody broke sharp and had some pace, but was no match late for the 2 first-time starters. Lucille Ball, though, victorious at first asking. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. We're just getting started. A lot more exciting action to come on America's Day at the Races.
Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we see Lucille Ball head into the winner's circle, victorious on debut. She says she's got some splaining to do.
She was extremely impressive winning this race and a nice win. We'll see. I mean, listen, it's, you know, it feels like in the old days when we were at Belmont and we just started the meet basically in the past week, you would see a lot of the best 2-year-olds would come out during this meet, you know, and this is probably one of the better, nicer 2-year-old filly firsters we've seen. Be interesting to compare the time of this race, 1:17:23, to the other division, I think, which is the 4th race.
Well, trained by Chris Englehart, Lucille Ball winning as her trainer standing by with Maggie.
Acacia, I walked in today and on the TV in the lobby, guess what was on? I Love Lucy. I should have bet a few bucks,
I
Chris.
didn't know you were a hunch player.
I'm usually not, but something told me, I was like, I should do it, and then I didn't listen to my hunch. Anyway, Lucille Ball picked up by Gary Barber and Wachtell Stable at that OBS sale back in March. Really lovely workout in 10 flat. As you said, you thought maybe she looked a little heavy, but were you expecting this kind of performance first time out?
You know, I haven't seen too much of her. Manny loved her. Yeah. Yeah, he said she's a real nice filly. I've been telling Adam all along that, you know, we're real hit. The works weren't real fast here, nothing. Manny said, don't worry about it. So he really liked her.
She seemed like a very classy type of horse, too, first time out.
That's what Manny said. She's really smart. So yeah, they're the kind that maybe can turn out good. We'll see.
Yeah, a nice time as well, and really put some separation between herself and this field. I do want to ask you about a reclaim. Alternate Reality coming up in today's third race. As you had him way back when you saw him in for 20, you just said to me, it seemed like a good claim.
Yeah, and you know, he ran for 20 the first time off of real bad form. Nobody claimed him, so I thought there'd be a lot of claims in for him when he put him back in for 20. I had to shake with one other person, so yeah, I was happy to get him because he ran real good again, and he was a big price too. So.
Talk about the difference in claiming a horse that you aren't familiar with versus claiming one that you've had in the barn for several starts.
Well, the longer it's been since you had him, it gets to be kind of like the same thing. But he's still in good shape and everything. So, and Natapal did a good job with him. So, yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing him go out for you again. Wishing you the best of luck. But congratulations here. Really nice 2-year-old filly.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Maggie.
All right, Chris Engelhart with Lucille Ball. I love Lucy fans. Hopefully they cashed in, but she was more than ready to win her debut, Acacia.
She certainly was. And yeah, I said the same thing as Maggie because that TV downstairs is always playing sports or racing or whatever. And I said, I love Lucy.
Because someone was trying to help you on the way in and you ignored it?
I ignored it. I ignored a sign from the universe.
Manny is Chris Englehart's assistant,
Yes.
by the way, and Adam being Adam Wachtell, one of the part owners of this horse.
I actually noticed the I Love Lucy on because the security guard stopped me because he was a new guy and he'd never seen me before. I said, I promise I'm on TV.
Did you say, do you know who I am?
No, I said, I promise I'm on TV. I'll be on that one.
Don't you know?
And it wasn't. It was Lucy, so.
I'm most impressed that you actually knew who Lucille Ball was. It's the
you
first
should've.
cultural reference that you've gotten from beyond
is
10
true,
years in
actually.
the
Yeah.
entire history of the show. I'm very impressed.
Thank you very much.
Clearly you've been studying at home.
Yeah, I go home every night. I'm like, what's
You're
Andy
looking at the
gonna ask
names
me
and saying
tomorrow?
to yourself, which one of these horses is Andy going to give me a hard time about? No, you're on it. Good
That
job.
means that Lucille
Kinda disappointed, to be honest.
Ball's influence reaches far and wide. Race number 2, maiden special weight. This one for older horses, 3 and up. We go 7 furlongs on the main track, and Upstanding taking most of the attention right now. And look, this is a horse that's just run the fastest races. Andy finished behind the favorite Mazmac last time out. Cuts back a little bit today.
No, I have no argument with that. He ran very well last time. I bet him last time. I'm not coming back with him. And hopefully for people that are betting him, Todd Pletcher can redeem himself from a short-priced horse running badly. And I think that's swapped.
I think
the morning
line
is
the
second.
opposite,
I don't know
yes.
which is. No, they're both wrong.
Yeah.
Well, because I don't know.
Well, Upstanding was 6-5 on the morning
Yeah.
line.
I think this is one of those situations, and I'm
I
sure
don't
we'll
know.
talk about it, where I think playing musical jockeys is a mistake, right? Because I think people are thinking that, like, Flavian's on the good one and Dylan's on the other
For
one.
Chad Brown.
Yeah, for Chad. And I really think what happened probably is Dylan got the call because Irad took the other one. Flavian was already committed to the other one instead of swapping. Yeah, I would much prefer the 4 index.
When you
one.
start playing that jockey game and you're
dangerous.
handicapping without knowing, just ignore it.
Yep.
Yep. And also, Dylan Davis riding a lot for all of the big outfits these days, so not something to scoff at. As we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the rematch coming up this Sunday in the Long Island. The top 2 finishers in La Mejana and Immensitude from the Weah coming back to do battle again. Kendrick Carmouche be celebrating again on Sunday with the fans here at the Big A. We'll find out.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
It is Candy Flower trying to take him the entire 1.5 miles here. Candy Flower leads by 4 lengths. Mutamakina's putting in a late run on the outside of La Dragon T. Candy Flower is in front. Here's Mutamakina driving up on the outside. Mutamakina, one last surge to win it. Mutamakina wins the 65th running of the Long Island Stakes.
Mutamakina winning the 2021 Long Island. She actually won the Long Island twice for trainer Christophe Romanes, a talented race mare. Christophe looking to pick up another one this weekend with La Mejana.
She is a last time was the time horse when she was kind of an outrageous 9-1 and got a great trip to win, but
It's cold
she's
that
still
day,
kind of
huh?
the worst.
Trivia. What is special about Mutamakina for Dylan Davis?
She was his first fake grade 1 win when she won a fake grade 1 in Canada.
Can't you just be happy for him?
I am happy for Dylan, but it's a fake grade 1. It would be like us deciding to grade all of our races however we feel. They're all great. It's like Gulfstream with the championship meet. They're all champions. You know, it's like we can just name them.
They're all champions to
The
somebody.
Talma
Andy.
and Summer should not be grade 1 races. 2-year-old September turf races should not be grade 1s. I'll give a little. The EP Taylor was it the EP Taylor?
EP Taylor.
EP Taylor is often a grade 1 race. I will concur.
The Woodbine Mile.
Woodbine Mile too? No, I'm not saying, but I'm
She won
saying
the EP
they
Taylor.
shouldn't be
Yes, she won
indiscriminately
the EP
just.
Taylor.
There should be something that announced because they make them grade 1 so people will ship and run in them.
Yes.
It's not supposed to be. I mean, it works as an advertising thing, but you're not supposed to be the one that's allowed to do it. Sorry. I love the Canadian racing, but that's nonsense.
We'll take a look at our America's Best Racing Race of the
Am I
Week.
wrong?
The Grade 3 Long Island, you're not wrong. Dylan will be aboard What Love Looks Like. La Mejana will be piloted by Kendrick Carmouche, who gave her a terrific ride last time out. As you mentioned, she was 9-1. She was off a little bit of a layoff, unfortunately, after getting sick in Saratoga this summer. She's one that kind of thrives in the cooler weather, as well as she did finish ahead of Immensitude, and we'll get a chance to see both of them back this weekend, JK.
Yeah, the thing about this is it feels like Immensitude got a great trip last time. And if you look at the pace figures on Timeform US for what the Long Island looks like on Sunday, she's going to have to run a little bit harder early. If she was caught in this race with a better trip, it feels like the same will happen on Sunday with what projects to be a faster pace and a worse trip.
I don't love either one of these horses. I think the second place horse was kind of hurt by her post, the outside post, Immensitude. I think La Mejana is semi the horse to beat. I am much more interested in no-show Sammy Joe in this race, personally.
Back to today, race 2, about 11 minutes away. Well, first, here's a look at the stakes schedule. We have 2 stakes today, 3 tomorrow. No show tomorrow. We won't be on Fox, but you can watch all of it on simulcast on Naira Bets. And then, of course, Sunday with the Long Island and Forever together. So as Andy mentioned, great weekend for the Turf Stakes races. Now we go back to race 2 today. Again, 7 furlong maiden special weight. It's currently upstanding. Maggie, who's even money, can this one make amends for Todd Pletcher?
I don't know, Acacia. I don't know. Yes, on form, of course, he can. And last time, I think he was just second best to favored Mas Mock. And furthermore, I think he kind of made the first move, blowing the race apart a bit. So in hindsight, Mas Mock was able to wait a bit longer and make the last winning move in that affair. But the last time I saw Upstanding was in his debut, and he looked really ready to go there. I thought 7 furlongs might be a jumping off point for this son of Curlin, thinking that he'd want more ground. But now we're back to the 7/8 after failing at the miles. I honestly just wish he was carrying more conditioning. You know, you'd hope that a horse that looked really fit, really lean first time out would continue to progress and put conditioning on and put that muscle mass on, and that is just not the case for Upstanding. He can win, but there were just others that I do prefer here in the paddock, and he'll have to face a 2-headed monster from the Chad Brown barn that are very intriguing to me, including number 4, Index Fund, who was coming back off of a layoff in an off the turf event. And I thought that 2 back before the long layoff that he just didn't look comfortable in the warm-up over the wet track, and then he has to come back and run over a wet track, in which that was just kind of a merry-go-round race with 4 runners in there and Hurricane Nelson, much the horse to beat, wiring the field. Well, at least he has one under his belt now. He looks incredibly fit, incredibly strong, and he gets back to a fast track in which that was the type of track he made his first start on. So I do think Index Fund could be sitting on the back of a win, though we'll see if his entry mate has something to say about that, as number 6, Happy Henry, really makes a lovely impression here in the paddock. He's everything I like about a horse. They did pay quite a bit for him 2 years ago at Keeneland. Big horse, you know, really reminiscent of his sire Street Sense. Looks a lot like Street Sense, but he is a half-brother to Rockfall, who's a multiple Grade 1 winning dirt sprinter for, ironically, Todd Pletcher. Yes, 7 furlongs might be a starting point, but at least there's that pedigree in there on the bottom side to say that he could have a bit of, not early foot per se, but just be quick enough to win at 7/8. So professional, beautifully put together, looks fit, just ticks every box for me, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Happy Henry, first-time starter. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with the 1 Stroncino.
I like Stroncino in here, switching to Jamie Ness, a horse that was purchased over the summer and has run figures that make him competitive. He's a big price.
Make his first start for the barn as a gelding as well. Here's your favorite, the 2 Upstanding.
Yeah, we saw what Fast Experience did for you in the last race with the 1 Hey Everybody, but I feel like this horse is in the same boat, the most likely winner.
Big price on the 3 Glint as he steps up.
Well, you've got a horse coming out of failing in maiden claiming races, stepping into what looks on paper to be a fairly difficult maiden special weight.
Intriguing prospect for Chad Brown, the 4 Index Fund.
This horse has taken money in his first 2 starts. Then last time I thought was a little bit unlucky with a wide trip. It's the one to beat, in my opinion.
Dark Devil, if I went by, there's the 6 Happy Henry, first-time starter. Oh, there's Dark Devil, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he comes out of claiming races too. At least he ran better in those races and lost to a repeat winner, but his figures say he's not uncompetitive, but I'm skeptical.
Is the 6 next? No, the 7's next. Everybody is out of order. Party with Smarty is next.
Well, they partied with him. He's sired by Smarty Jones, but it hasn't even gotten him a second-place finish in his 14 starts.
And there's Happy Henry.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. We saw what happened in the last race. The first-time starters can jump up. It just feels like this is one of those situations where the public is overreacting to seeing Flavien Prat's name here for Chad Brown. I could be wrong about that. I'm just predicting as to why they're betting this horse the way they are.
I mean, the truth is that is that Happy Henry is after Rockfall, who ran 5 triple-digit buyers.
You can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bets Track Stats. Don't worry, Track Stats has the answer for whatever you want to know. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NYRABets.com today. The number 2 Upstanding, currently your favorite though, as Maggie touched on, made that first move, got run down by Maz Mack, who was coming out of a super live race and was the favorite and delivered.
He's in a terrific allowance race we're running here tomorrow as well. His last race makes him very much the worst to beat, Jonathan. He's able to run this race. He's going to be hard to beat.
Absolutely. I mean, and you know, you'd like to think he'll run a little bit better second off of a short break. He hadn't run since August prior to this, and he's run well and fast in a lot of his races. I mean, it all points to go for Upstanding, but the truth is, I felt the exact same, probably a little bit stronger about Upstanding. I feel very similar to how I felt about the one Hey Everybody in the first race, as being that horse that's got the experience, has run the fast races. It's trained by a Hall of Famer. You'd like to think that you would see that performance moving forward, and Hey Everybody's still running, so it's just a little tricky.
And you know, the other thing about Upstanding is that was his 3rd career start. Now, is he rounding to form, or has he had 3 chances? I don't know. We'll see.
Well, the number 4 Index Fund, he was coming off of a layoff last time out, a wet track. He had, as Jonathan mentioned, taking a lot of tension back at the start of his career. He's been tough to keep on the racetrack, so I think an encouraging thing is that he is now making his 2nd start off the bench.
Yeah, this horse that the connections loved before his debut, and it obviously didn't pan out, but he did run a fast figure, and I know he lost a horse that had kind of been a money burner, but a horse that had been running fast races, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where, you know, I thought the last race was the best. It's a little tricky with a sloppy racetrack, but I thought he ran well enough, and he's taken money consistently, and I've always looked at money with young horses as an indication of talent. You know, if you could find out later that they're money burners, and that can happen, but it takes a while for me to make that declaration. I think that sometimes when they're taking money for a reason, and when you're in the hands of people like Chad Brown and Hall of Fame trainers or future Hall of Fame trainers, they can typically work out what the issue is that's preventing them from winning if they have the talent. And I just feel like Index Fund at 5-1 into the teeth of the 1-2, and the likely winner of the 2 Upstanding makes a lot of sense for me.
Well, the other Chad Brown runner, though, Happy Henry, 9-2. His horses wrap up their warm-ups. Maggie, I want to know, is Happy Henry looking happy?
Yes, he is. I really like this horse, and he is up against it because he's facing a field of horses that have the experience edge over him, but he is not acting like a horse that this is his first rodeo. He is very professional out on the racetrack, and like I said, maybe he does want to go a little bit further than 7/8, and this is just a starting point, but I don't know, I've fallen in love with him. So I'm going to have to marry him today. And you're getting really big prices, at least as of now, on both these Chad Brown horses, who I really feel like, too, Index Fund is a major, major threat in here. If I wasn't so enamored with Happy Henry, I would take Index Fund because, like I said, I like him getting back to a dry track. He's finally pairing races up back to back, if you will, because that last race in August was off another layoff and he ran into Ludwig, and I really don't think this horse is particularly fond of a wet track. So anyway, let's get to number 1 in here, Stroncino, for Jamie Ness. Now, this is a horse that, despite not running on the NYRA circuit, I do know because he ran at Oaklawn. My initial theory with this guy is that he might be better around 2 turns because it allows him to lay closer in those slower fractions early, whereas, you know, going a 1-turn mile or 7/8, they're going to go faster, and it's going to put him a little bit further back, though we'll see. Ruben Silvera known to get horses in good early positions. The problem with that I have with him, looking at him, is that he doesn't look like the same Stroncino. He is a new gelding, but that has lightened him up significantly, and he just has dropped away across his top line. So coupled with the fact that he now has to come off of a layoff, I just feel like a start will be beneficial to this horse. But look, he's 10-1. He goes out for some dangerous connections. I get it if you want to use him. He just wasn't for me today, Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you, Stroncino. We'll see what he can do with the barn change. But, Andy, we saw Jamie Ness and Ruben Silveira team up for a big win yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, he is a little dead in the board, but this barn has had almost no success shipping to New York with claimers, 1 for 20-something. But their numbers with non-claimers have been good. And obviously, Jamie Ness needs no introduction. He can move a horse up significantly. And I know Steve Aspen's good, but it's not like this horse didn't run good figures for Steve. He's a new gelding. I know he doesn't have speed, but if you're trying to beat the 2, you're trying to beat the 4, you're going to do it from behind. You're not doing it from in front of them. And I just think at 10-1, he's a reasonable play in this race as an alternative. Everybody's picking against the 2 here, Upstanding, and the reality is no horse should be 3-5 in this field. Jonathan, there's horses in this race. The 4 has run fast races. It's not like the 1 hasn't run reasonably well. I don't understand how this horse is 3-5 in this race.
Oh, yeah, well, the other thing about the 1 as well is this horse has numbers that aren't far off from Oaklawn early in the 3-year-old year, right? I think that a number that's earned in March is, you're almost turning a whole other age when we're talking about
theoretically,
now
this horse
in
could run
November.
high 80s.
There's a lot of development.
100% in that time.
I agree.
So
it's a big price.
can definitely take a step forward.
11-1, getting a generous price on Stroncino as it's 3-5 on Upstanding continues to be your favorite. We'll see if he can deliver as the favorite in this maiden special weight coming up. Index Fund 7-2 right now. We'll see what he can do. And for those of you who might not have remembered Ludwig, who he faced in his second start, we were having a little bit of a blank thought there. That was a Phil Bauer trainee who out of that maiden win won an allowance with a 90 Beyer speed figure. Did not win after that, but seemed to be pretty well thought of at the time. And if I remember correctly, that was kind of the period where Phil was just winning with pretty much everything he'd brought up to Saratoga.
When has that period ended?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And another one of those
Might have made a strategic mistake in the Breeders' Cup, not wanting to be aggressive with Jonathan's Way.
Yeah. See what the future holds for that horse. We know he has some talent in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile, disappointing with some of the big ones. But anyway, 3-5 on Upstanding in this maiden special weight to kick off the early pick 4. See if Upstanding can get the first win of his career. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call.
Upstanding is in. Dark Devil. Last 2 to load. Happy Henry. Party with Smarty. Party with Smarty goes in. All set. And they're off. Index Fund breaks very well from in between horses. Dark Devils in the early mix. Out wider is Happy Henry. These 3 across the racetrack early. Party with Smarties in the red cap is out in the center of the racetrack. Just got passed towards the inside by Upstanding, who's now going to take 4th. That's going to push Party with Smarty back to 5th. Second to last, Glint, and the early trailer, Stroncino. They're chasing Index Fund. And Dylan Davis, they're clear. They're up by a half length, and here's the pressure towards the outside from Dark Devil. Is right there engaged with the leader, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. At the rail, following them is Arad Ortiz Jr., and Upstanding is towards the inside here of Happy Henry, who's now in that shared 3rd and 4th position as they've got less than a half mile to go. Party with Smarty is rallying wide, under a drive at the back end of the field. Stroncino, the trailer, is Glint. Index Fund still rolling right along. It's Index Fund, who's up by 3/4 of a length, has been chased all the way by Dark Devil, but here comes Upstanding. Upstanding is 3 wide, coming after the leader, who's got plenty so far, and Index Fund is now extending the margin, went 45.64 for a half mile time, has barely been asked, and now gets the cue. Every shot for Upstanding to catch Index Fund, who is opening up now with every single stride. Approaching that final furlong, a confident look back here from Dylan Davis. Stroncino is moving towards the inside of Upstanding, also trying to rally on late there is Happy Henry, but geared down. No doubt about your winner here. It is all Index Fund. Does it nicely. Index Fund wins it, then came a photo that was Stroncino towards the inside of Upstanding and Happy Henry in 1 minute 22 and 3.
Index Fund with the win. Doesn't even want to pull up past the wire. Dylan Davis trying to take him to the outside rail to get him to say, hey, buddy, the race is over.
Yeah, and if the two hadn't cut the one off the start, my one would have finished second to him. This was an impressive win. He looked like a winner every step of the way, Jonathan. You judge it by the first race, you know, it's well over a second faster than that race. Those were 2-year-olds, but I guess this is why they liked them first time.
Yeah, and look, horse flesh is not my expertise, but everything about this race and the way that he finished and not being able to pull up makes me feel like he wants to probably go longer and will appreciate a little bit out of distance. I thought he was sensational today.
Always in control, shook the reins a little bit, Dylan did in the stretch, and goes to show you once again, as Jonathan touched on, if you're playing musical jockeys, no need for that. Now, he did drift out a little bit. Dylan went right-handed, but he was well clear, and I think it was just one of those cases where he was just going much the best, and looked like he could keep going at that point. So certainly one to watch moving forward, but it has to be encouraging, JK, because this is the first time he's been able to pair back-to-back races together.
Yeah, anytime you can do that, you're going in the right direction. When you see those kind of stops and starts, you know that, a November 22nd all the way to an November of 22, all the way to an August of 23, all the way to a September of 24, and now to finally have back-to-back races. It's got to be encouraging for the Klarovich stable and for Chad Brown.
Your heavy favorite Upstanding will have to settle for second at 3-5. Now, he did break in at the start, so we'll take a look at what happened there, knocking the one Stroncino off stride a bit. Stroncino, not typically a horse that shows a ton of speed, Andy, but that did really seem to put him up against it.
No, I mean, the one would have been second by 2 lengths if he hadn't been eliminated like that, and I don't know, it just seems a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating for me because I had a nice 4-1, but that's horse racing.
4-2-1-6 as Index Fund gets the victory here. This actually had to be picked up by the Outrider to be escorted back to the winner's circle because he is still, as they would say in Britain, full of beans following that race. Definitely fit second off the bench. Index Fund with the win and a bright future ahead. We'll see what that holds for him, prices and more when we come back. And how about jockey Flavien Prat? A fantastic 2024 stakes record in Saratoga, Breeders' Cup Classic victory, potentially an Eclipse Award to come.
Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, now 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
5, $1,005,000, and $1,006,000, $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back. You are watching America's Day at the Races as we are live from New York City's racetrack. That's right, Aqueduct, the Big A. We're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere, as hopefully you had Index Fund, ultimately the second choice in the wagering, but guided to victory by Dylan Davis. And Dylan, it was all about just kind of hanging on today with the Index Fund.
Yeah, it's tough to explain, but he was wanting to go more in the right direction than straight. So I'm just trying to do my best, not cause interference with the other players out there, the other horses. And he broke running. I was learning quickly with him that if I were to grab the reins and help him, he would drift out more. That didn't work with him, so I had to loose rein him a little bit, and then he able to go a straighter course with me. I switched his leads well, and then down to the stretch there, to the quarter pole. Just learning from Irad's ride that he's kind of a one-pace runner, so I just got a little bit of a jump before the runners before he could challenge him, get his running going. And once he did, he responded nicely. And then again, he was drifting more, but I didn't want to have to slow him down by correcting him. So I took a peek to the outside to make sure I was clear. I allowed him to drift, but to be able to keep his run going, and he was much the best here. So he was a tough handle to pull up, but
I was gonna say, how's your left arm doing?
It's a tough shape because he's a fighter. So when I pull that left rein, he's not one to listen to me too much. So looking for the outrider, but Miguel helped me out coming back, so he was great. So what matters most is we got the win here and we come back home safe. So
exactly, I can't tell you, Miguel is worth his weight in gold.
Oh no, Miguel's the best.
Yeah, he really is. He saved me a couple times too. Do want to ask you, it's not on our show, but a horse that you are familiar with coming up in the autumn days, Love Appeals, also riding an import in the Pebbles, but we'll talk about the one you have experience with in Love Appeals. And she's just shown this affinity to be a turf sprinter. Is there any concern with you? She was getting there going the 6th, but more of her success has come maybe a little shorter at times.
Yeah, so I talked to the boss, Clement, this morning. He's not going to be here, so I got a little bit of insight at what he wants. But we see that there's more pace in this race than before. Previously, she was laying close, laying second, but that was at a slower pace. So I think there's more pace in this race, what it looks like on paper. We're probably going to be mid-pack somewhat, but she has made a run before with a little bit of work to do. So I think that's what our plan is and what we see in sight there. So 10 holes tough, so we're just going to try to save as much ground as possible and then just try to keep her with a clean run and hopefully mow him down.
Man with the plan. I love it, Dylan. Congratulations here. Well done with Index Fund, though.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Dylan Davis, as he said, got that left arm workout today, but it all counted as he gets the win, guys.
Definitely an arm workout aboard Index Fund. Maggie, thank you. Shout out to Miguel Gutierrez and all the outriders who are essential for a safe and functioning racetrack. Miguel and his pony able to pick up Dylan past the wire because Index Fund was ready to keep going, and I'm sure very rewarding to see this win, this long-awaited win.
Yeah, as you say, 2 years ago they thought this was one of their better 2-year-olds. It took a while, but certainly looked good today, and hopefully, that drifting out isn't a big issue going forward because it's an impressive win, Jonathan.
Absolutely, and like I said, just feels like one that's going to probably want to go a little bit longer. And look, see what Chad was able to do with Sierra Leone, right? Who had an issue lugging in. When you have a horse like this that has talent, you have a Hall of Fame trainer, a future Hall of Fame trainer, they can make the adjustments needed to help this horse continue to progress.
Yeah, and Sierra Leone, which nobody noticed in the Travers, of course, acted fine in the Travers. He didn't win, so nobody talked about it. I think with this filly, you wonder if the way she drifted so badly, coupled with the fact that she's been so difficult to keep on the racetrack,
this is
you wonder,
yes.
I'm sorry, you wonder if they're not mutually exclusive, that maybe the fact that this horse drifts so badly has something to do with the fact that we haven't seen him very often.
Yeah, it's very possible. We often don't know what takes place behind the scenes, but Index Fund, plenty of ability as well if he can stay on the track and keep a straight course. Race 3, a mile on the main, 40,000 for 3-year-olds and upward, and right now the Entry has ticked over to favoritism between Suerte and Magnolia Midnight. But I think the most interesting horse in here, Alternate Reality. We heard Maggie speak to trainer Chris Engelhart earlier in the show, actually reclaiming this horse, Andy, and the presence of Irad Ortiz. We'll see if today is finally the day for this guy to get back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, there's a couple ways to look at it, and I certainly think he's a very dangerous horse and picked him second. But claiming horses from Nightball Chatterbolt, the reason Chris said I thought there would be multiple claims for him, no, low percentage barns like this don't get claimed from very often. From Nightball Chatterbolt over the last 5 years, horses are 0 for 9, suggesting fewer claimed, and none of them hit the board, and they have no success. Most are big prices, to be fair. Now, I know Chris has had this horse before, and he's coming in this race in good form. He gets a humongous rider change, Irad Ortiz. Every intangible is there, but in general, one thing I've noticed, the lower percentage trainers claiming from them, intuitively you think, why don't people claim from 5% trainers? There are reasons they don't, and the reality is the numbers claimed from these trainers are poor.
Something to keep an eye on. We'll see if today's the day for Alternate Reality. But as far as that entry is concerned, Flavien Prat will be aboard the #1 Suerte. And as we touched on before the break, jockey Flavien Prat has had truly a terrific 2024. But it's really the culmination of a lot of hard work and dedication and a passion for horses that started at a very young age in his native France. And he truly is living the dream.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flightline is in full flight.
Wet pink surging under Flavien Prat, national treasure, and Flavien Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
No doubt in our mind that day is coming for jockey Flavien Prat this summer in Saratoga. Just a remarkable feat. 18 stakes wins, 14 of them graded. capping off with 2 Breeders' Cup victories, Andy, including the Classic with Sierra Leone.
Yeah, he's now a layup and a deserving layup for the Eclipse Award this year. And, you know, I think the catalyst for him coming to New York ultimately was Domestic Spending, a horse that Irad Ortiz had been riding. And when they met in the return race in the Turf Classic at Churchill, Irad opted to ride Colonel Liam, who had won the Pegasus for Todd Pletcher, instead of Domestic Spending, who I think he had beaten Colonel Liam within the Saratoga Derby. And as a result, Chad said, okay, I'll get Flavien Prat to come here, and then I'll convince him to come to New York. Well, it all went from there, and it's worked out very well for a great rider.
Yeah, I mean, you look, I mean, he won the Classic on Sierra Leone, and I think that if his home base was in California still, I don't think he would have been on that horse, you know, and I think that he found that being in California was allowing him to have a lot of success. But if he wanted to win an Eclipse Award and be a Hall of Famer and accomplish all the things that he wants to accomplish, he needed to move out here and go to the East Coast, and it's worked out perfectly for him.
One of the reasons they used him, in fact, was that owner Seth Klarman had seen him ride a lot in California and was aggressively interested in seeing if they could get him to ride their horses, and it's all worked out very well for everyone.
An incredibly well-rounded rider as well. He can do pretty much anything from pretty much anywhere in the race. Flavien Prat will be aboard the #1 Suerte, breaking from the rail in this upcoming 3rd race. See what he can do with that early speed, part of the currently favored entry. More on this 3rd after this.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks #2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. Race 3 coming up next. If you want to pick against the entry, where do you go? Maybe it's this guy. He's got this, Andy, who I know we had some interest in dropping back down in class.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get the entry. I don't like the 1 at all, and maybe the 1/8 went off a layoff. The 7, I think, is dangerous. The 3 layoff. But with this horse, he just runs some races that are fast enough. He's cutting back in distance, and I was kind of looking for an alternative at a price. That's all.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I think the 1A and the 3, you know, I felt like they were going to take the money in here, and I just don't feel like they're that much better or that much more likely than basically everyone else in here except for the 4. Give me whoever's the biggest price between the 5, 6, and the 7. I think towards the outside, those horses all can win. So with that being said, I'll take the 5 Mystic Knight as my choice in here. This is one of those races where I feel like anyone can win, and I certainly don't feel warm and fuzzy about taking the short price on the entry and the 3.
Are you at all worried, and I know you're getting a decent price, that the fact that this was claimed by a trainer and owner we've never heard of, that I have no record of being a trainer for at least the last 5 years, and the horse ran, I know, over his head and was 40-1 as badly as he did in his first race? It just worries me that I don't know anything about this trainer.
I completely agree. I completely have no issue there at all. And, but it's one of those situations, Andy, and I know you'll agree, you get paid to find out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Meet the field, starting off with Flavien Prat's Mount Suerte.
Now, Flavien Prat can't carry this guy across the wire, and he's been in 2 soft spots and not been able to get it done.
Yeah, they're part of the entry, the 1A Magnolia Midnight.
He has the faster races going back, has not run in 2.5 months.
Big price on Flat Out Flying.
Yeah, I guess people get excited about the trainer change.
What do you do with Bold Endeavor? Big layoff.
He's not really bad at 2-1. He ran a huge race claimed 10 months ago or 9 months ago. I don't know. Hard to trust.
He's got this, does he?
Yeah, when the horses start getting stretched out, long distances, not running well, it starts screaming, I'm not very fast.
Here's Mystic Knight, generous price.
Well, we've talked about him. I just don't know what to expect.
Boss making boss moves now in the Rudy Rodriguez barn.
Yeah, I've got no problem with this horse. 2 back. That race can absolutely win, and Rudy is one of those guys that can move a horse back up.
And Alternate Reality, first off the Reclaim for Chris Engelhart.
Yeah, he is moving up in company, but he's also getting a big trainer change. It just depends how you feel about the switch. And you're getting the trainer change. Forget about that. The rider change is as big a change as you'll see in this entire industry. I just worry about claiming horses from these operations, but I think he's kind of the worst to beat, especially with the 3 as chilly on the board as he is.
Well, a lot revolves around what we see for the 3 Bold Endeavor. In his last race, he finished second to Maker's Candy with a 98 Beyer speed figure. The problem, Jonathan, is that was back in January and now drops off that big layoff and off the claim.
Yeah, I never love when a horse runs really well, comes back off a long break, and then drops in price. Now, I know that it could be a cheeky move, too, because it's what I'm saying is what other people could be thinking in terms of claiming this horse. Is like, why would they run this horse for a tag? They ran so well last time. They could make some money with this horse. And I feel like Linda's one of those people that plays this game as well as anyone in the country, the claiming game. But it's at least enough of a red flag for me to not take 5-2. Now, if this horse was 5-1, I would cut in line to wager on Bold Endeavor, but at a short price, it's like, what am I getting?
Have you ever actually really pushed anybody out of line?
I
would like to see
100% I played in a contest one time, and I cut in front of a guy, and he was mad about it for like 2 years, and then he finally told me about it. I explained it to him, and we were friends afterwards.
In the old days, when people bet at the windows, one of my favorite things, and especially in Saratoga, where the lines would get longer, was somebody that some people may be familiar with here, Sandy Hirsch. You didn't want to be in front of Sandy when it was getting near post time, and she wanted to get her bet in. I miss Sandy. She was a fun person at the racetrack.
Well, do you have any questions about the 5 Mystic Knight and the owner-trainer? Maggie, you've got some insight for us?
Yeah. As Stephen Schauer is, so maybe to refresh Andy's memory, Antonio Arriaga and the Players Group, horses like Bourbon Calling, that was Stephen with the Players Group, and he was always present in the mornings during training hours, and now he has taken out his trainer's license. So not operating under the Players Group, at least with this horse particularly. It's in his own name, but he's been around. He's a familiar face, in other words. I don't particularly like Mystic Knight today, but good luck, Jonathan. As we'll check in with number 3, Bold Endeavor. I remember when this horse made his NYRA debut, first off the David Jacobson claim, off of a layoff, in which David had told me that he got really sick when he shipped eastward from California. And, he had to overcome that. So now he's coming off of another layoff. And with these claiming races, I don't necessarily feel comfortable asking connections. Well, why has he been away from the races? I suppose you can find that after, but he does look really good. And I thought coming off that layoff, it looked as though he needed to start because he got really hot and washy. He didn't look 100% fit. And today he is a little bit heavier, but that's also just kind of Linda and the way her horses tend to look. He made me feel even better about him, though, watching him warm up. This guy is moving beautifully out there on the racetrack. So I do like what I'm seeing from him, and he's a horse that has shown that he can come back with a big performance off the bench. Moving on to number 4, who I know you guys like. I liked him on paper, too, but he's got this, just backs it all up physically, too. I don't think he wants any part of going a mile in 3/16. The mile is perfect for him. Looking at him physically, he's a little bit smaller and handier looking. Great coat to him, considering many of these in here have grown that kind of longer drab type of winter coat to him. That's not the case with He's Got This, so I do like him dropping back down in class and a realistic spot for the first time for Fernando Abreu. And then we'll take a look at number 7, Alternate Reality. I know a lot of people intrigued by this horse. Obviously, the 5-2, 3-1 backing would indicate as such. And there's some intangibles that make him really appealing. The reclaim by Chris Engelhard, as he was talking about after he won the first race today. A horse that he's familiar with and felt as though after him being away from his farm for a while, came back in really good shape. I don't see any difference in this horse whatsoever from previous connections now back with Chris. But the intangibles are pretty appealing, with especially Irad getting aboard. So if Chris can kind of get him back to some, of his better races, but then again, he really wasn't in that bad of a form prior to the July to September layoff for Naipaul Chatterpaul. So we'll see. I thought that was just too short of a price for him today. Acacia?
We'll see what he can do. Maggie, thank you. Alternate Reality with some of those changes.
Well, people are talking about the trainer change, and when Maggie says, Chris has had her for a very short period of time. It's the rider change. You're going from a rider I believe hasn't won a race this year to Irad Ortiz, who's won about 47 straight Eclipse Awards and is only second this year because the year Flavien Prat had. This might be as big a rider change as you will see in this country this year.
In fairness, there ain't too many people that it's not a positive rider change.
But it's, it is what it is.
I hear you.
But we don't need to lie to people. This is a big rider change.
How about the entry at 9-5? Can you make any case for either of them?
Listen, you can always, with the entry, you can like one and the other one can save you. We've all won. I made a $4,000 pick 4 once when the wrong half of the entry, won. But in general, you want one horse, and entries are bad. You should be able to bet who you like. And I look at a little bit, though it's not the same, as the famous let's make a deal paradox, in that we know only one of them is going to win. So are you really getting 2? It's not really the same, but there are similarities, at least in my mind. We can discuss the let's make a deal paradox another time.
I look forward to that.
Many people know it, though.
Race 3 coming up next, 9-5 on that entry as they load in. Chris Griffin has the call.
And in. All set. And they're off. Bold Endeavor flew out of the gate from in between horses. Alternate Reality up on the far outside, and joining them, there's Magnolia Midnight, and Magnolia Midnight is quickest, is now up by a head. Alternate Reality, close to the pace, is stalking, is now going to be 3 wide here as they come out of the chute and hook up with the back stretch. Bold Endeavor is still in that early mix. That's the top trio. At the rail comes Suerte. Patiently Ridden is the gray, is at the rail in the 4th position, and moving forward, He's Got This is in that group. To the outside of that one comes Mystic Knight, who's now going to track in 6th and 7th. Far outside, Boss Making Boss Moves, and the early trailer, Flat Out Flying. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Magnolia Midnight. Magnolia Midnight doing it easily. It's Magnolia Midnight who's in front, is up by a full length. Bold Endeavor is right there, is in second, and at the rail, here comes the move from Suerte, is on a very tight hold. Suerte as it went 45 and 3 for the half-mile time. Alternate Reality lost a touch of ground, but is re-rallying now, and here comes the run from Alternate Reality as 3 wide chasing the leaders. As scrubbed along here on the front end is Magnolia Midnight. Suerte is at the rail. In between horses, Bold Endeavor, and Alternate Reality is now a shared 4th. Behind them comes He's Got This in 5th as they reach the top of the stretch, trying to run on from the back. Boss Making Boss Moves. The leader is still Magnolia Midnight with a host of pursuers. Alternate Reality will get the first shot down the center of the racetrack, but Magnolia Midnight fending him off towards the inside. Suerte starts to make up some ground inside this final furlong. They haven't changed the running order much, as it's still Magnolia Midnight finding plenty in the late stages inside the final 16th. Battle is on for the place as Magnolia Midnight gets the victory. Magnolia Midnight wins it over Alternate Reality, then came Bold Endeavor, Suerte, and another photo, Boss Making Boss Moves with He's Got This in 1 minute 35 and 3.
Well, the entry does get it done. It's the 1A Magnolia Midnight with the victory here as it picks up the win for Ilkay Cantermassy.
But if you like this horse, you instead of getting 3-1 or 7-2, you got 9-5, so you didn't get paid. But he just dominated these horses, Jonathan. It was somewhat of a total merry-go-round race, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the issue with it. And I know we beat the drum often, but it's never a good situation for anyone, whether you liked the 1 or you liked the 1A. It doesn't allow you to have that kind of wagering freedom to be able to express your opinion. You just kind of get forced into a box and take a price that you don't necessarily want.
And in 2024, where almost every state in the country doesn't have entries anymore, and we're trying to get the rule changed, and I recommend that people contact the Gaming Commission if you're, as adamant as we are. Entries are just bad for players. Players are grown-ups. Players are smart. They want to bet on the horse that they want to bet on. If you like the 1 and you bet here, yeah, obviously you're happy with the 1A winning, but it doesn't matter. Over time, we just want to bet the horse we like and not get saddled with another one. And this is an antiquated rule that, frankly, in my mind, is insulting to the riders and the connections and in insinuating there's some sort of chicanery. Let the public bet the one that they want.
Magnolia Midnight. This was a horse who at one point last summer was claimed for the Cantermassy barn in a 14-way shake, and they did pretty well with him. He's been off form recently, but getting back to the winner's circle today. 1A 7-3-1. Manny Franco aboard, the unofficial winner here in race 3. Prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. A lot more still to come.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
It's a beautiful day here in South Ozone Park, Queens. It's America's Day at the Races as the Magnolia Midnight takes them all the way in today's third race. I'm pleased to be joined by owner/trainer Ilkay Cantamasi. And Ilkay, talk a little bit about Magnolia Midnight. Obviously, your brother listed as the former trainer, but you guys won a big shake, as Acacia was just talking about. And he, for the most part, has been really good to you. Needed a little break, and he comes back and pays dividends.
Yeah, he needed little bit break, and we did. So, and he likes to be in the front. Today, nobody bothered him. He went his own pace, and Manny did a great job as usual. He took the lead, and he was going good on his way. So nobody bothered him, and he kept going on. Whenever somebody bothers this horse, he doesn't like it. So today we got like it, I think.
He likes being the boss out there on the front end. So, you know, he's kind of toyed around with higher levels. Do you just kind of keep him running at this 40? Did anybody go in for him today?
I think no claim. They told me that no claim, so doesn't matter, you know. We are in the claiming game. If they come in here for the claiming, like they can claim, no big deal. But today, no.
Talk a little bit about taking over the stable. Obviously, you and Mecken worked hand in hand throughout him being listed as trainer, but talk a little bit about your experience now on your own.
Yeah, everything is the same. Like, be honest, nothing changed since Matt Khan is not here. I know he's here with me, like with his prayers and his heart, but the thing is, how to say, like, it's little emotional without him, but he's gonna be back.
Well, we miss seeing him as well, but you are a friendly and welcoming face for all of us here, and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You can tell that they are so close, Acacia, Ilkay, and Mecken, and you can tell why he's so emotional, because I don't think I ever saw them separate for any period of time prior to Ilkay taking over training.
It's so true, Maggie, and such good horsemen, as well as we do see Magnolia Midnight getting the victory. And talking about good horsemen and good claims, Andy, we just recently saw at the Fasig Night of the Stars sale, Evie Jets, who the brothers claimed several years ago, ran effectively for quite a long time, selling for $750,000. And I know obviously bittersweet, but how rewarding to see what that mare did for them and did with their care along the way.
And held their form for an incredibly long time, and I think that's one of the hardest things to do in this game, is to hold a horse's form. I don't care what trainer you are. And then I think they claimed her for 8. They claimed her for 80. I think they claimed her for a decent amount.
It was a high claim.
Yeah, but
paid off.
They won hundreds of, I mean, I don't know if they won $750,000, but then they sold her for $750,000. What a great move.
No, absolutely, and she was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You know, she always showed up, and she was always in the mix. I felt like she always kind of overachieved, and she'd win some races you thought she wasn't going to win, and she was a cool horse.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So congratulations to them. As we turn the page, get ready for race 4. It is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. A daughter of Into Mischief, Beauty Reigns, posted to the outside, 3-1 on the board right now for trainer Bill Mott, with a lovely pedigree in the female family, but no surprise, the 5 Taratel, first-time start at Fort Todd Pletcher, another one with a nice pedigree, currently the favorite.
This is the Todd Pletcher and the early pick 5 that I didn't really necessarily have any interest in betting. The other 2 I did, they ran really well, so this is going to have to be a fade for me at 9 to 5.
I mean, they ran poorly.
Poorly, yeah.
He said they ran really well.
I said really well?
Yes,
they didn't run very well.
You're a little thrown. Keisha and I are leaving. You're probably upset. I get it. It happens.
You know, Jonathan comes here to New York, and immediately Andy and I clear out the set. So we're leaving you
We'll be back later.
here on the set, but we'll both be back.
You'll be in the paddock.
I'll
I'll be
in
here.
The paddock. I'll be in the set. But don't worry, Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk with you. Jonathan sticking around for a little bit as well. He has to bring some sense here to the desk. What about Jody's Pride, though? A filly that nearly won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies back as a 2-year-old, makes her long-awaited 3-year-old debut, and on the turf, the surface, which she's actually bred for. More on her after this.
Elite Power to the front at the 16th pole. Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all bidding at 875 down or down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint in 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Spendthrift Farm, a name synonymous with greatness through much of the 1900s, suddenly found itself in a new millennium and weathering a storm. Yet, within these old walls, a legacy awaited its rebirth. In 2004, a new chapter began. A visionary with a passion for horses and a respect for history saw this farm's potential. As the first rays of morning light touched these hallowed pastures, the stroke of a pen breathed life back into Spendthrift. What followed was nothing short of a revival, a resurrection of tradition and excellence. Malibu Moon, now etched in history, returned home to usher in a new dawn for Spendthrift's once proud stallion operation. Spendthrift was not just back, it was reborn. 2013 marked a watershed moment in the rebuild of Spendthrift as the farm was again home to a Kentucky Derby sire. A rewarding first decade in Spendthrift's new story. But there was more work to be done. Beholder, a queen of the track, returned Spendthrift to prominence on the world's biggest stages and with sweet symbolism for a bloodline that was beginning to erupt.
Beholder is absolutely poetry in motion.
Her brother, Into Mischief, would return Spendthrift to prominence in the stud barn, becoming the sire of our time and cornerstone of this reborn dynasty. In 2020, Authentic delivered a Derby and a Breeders' Cup Classic win that were more than just victories. It was a statement and a crowning achievement for the farm and its visionary leader. Today, Spendthrift is home to the best stallions racing has to offer. Each represents a piece of the legacy B. Wayne Hughes built, a tribute to the past and a beacon for the future. And now, a new era dawns.
Kingsbarns looking to finish them off in the Louisiana Derby. Kingsbarns has opened up.
Kingsbarns bounding past the Twin Spires in the Foster. National Treasure putting on a show. And the Preakness, it's going to be National Treasure.
National Treasure devastating them in the Metropolitan Handicap. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornoch stubborn. Dornoch wins the Haskell.
Three top performers who carry with them the hopes and dreams of tomorrow. Their arrival marks not just a continuation, but an evolution. Spendthrift Farm stands today as a testament to vision, perseverance, and a deep respect for tradition. Dedicated to ensuring a strong future for all breeders who are committed to the same level of excellence. The barns, once weathered, now gleam in the Kentucky sun. The paddocks, alive with the energy of the world's finest thoroughbreds, tell the story of a farm that has been and always will be a place where champions are made and legends call home.
Good to have you with us on our continuing live coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Coming up next, Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. We'll get into this race in a moment. Greg Wolf alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to see Jonathan Kinchin back in studio. How you been?
I've been good. I was hanging out with Acacia and someone else. We've been upgraded a little bit. I'm just kidding. I love Andy.
Well, you got a thorn between two roses here. But great to be on with you guys, and beautiful day here at the Big A.
Yeah, just in time for the start of the Pick 6 coming up, and very intriguing 2-year-old race. It's going to kick off the sequence in here. Take a look at the current field. 9-5 favorite, a first-time starter with some pedigree for Todd Pletcher, but as we sent it down to Maggie Wolfendale, pretty big pedigree as well with a Bill Mott first-time starter on the outside.
And a pedigree that, at least when it comes to Life is Sweet, as she was a very good synthetic horse beginning her career, although with Bill Mott. So he has some familiarity with this one's family, to say the least. Now, this is the first foal from Ilsa, but the second dam, that was third generation that we were talking about, Sweet Catamine and Life is Sweet. But the second dam did win first time out. And Beauty Reigns, I think they named her well. She is beautiful. She has a really lovely frame to her. She's solid, she's strong. She's more physically along than some of her other 2-year-old counterparts, and she's been really professional. I know the Mott barn hasn't been going well, but as far as the win column is concerned, a lot of their horses have been running well enough. So we'll see, can she make some noise here first time out, going the 6.5 furlongs. She has that frame that says, well, she might want to go a bit further, that she could easily get the job done at a sprint distance. Moving on to some other first-time starters, Taratel, a daughter of Candy Ride here for Todd Pletcher. The dam, she was a Greatest Stakes winner on the turf, but also very capable on the main track too. And as far as the pedigree goes on the bottom, it can go either way too. Afjan, and then there was Greatest Stakes winner, turf sprinter Toro Strike for these same connections. She shows up here in this spot, and I can't say I disagree. She looks like a dirt sprinter. Athletic, really, really well prepared. One of, that quintessential Todd Pletcher first-time starter that is going to run well. Just, acts like she's been here before. So well developed from a physical standpoint. So she is going to be dangerous in here. And a lot of times they do have at least a little bit of early speed. As we'll take a look at one that I'm not totally sold on 6.5 being her gig, but number 4, My Sharona, daughter of Not This Time, that Ray Handel had the horse in the first race running, albeit a distant second in More Than Grace, saying to me after the race that My Sharona definitely outworking her consistently in the mornings. Like I said, there's a lot of size to her, and there's also a lot of pedigree to say that longer is better, at least on the bottom. So I kind of want to take the wait and see approach, Greg. There might be some ability and talent in there. We'll see if she can show it at 6.5 furlongs.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Several intriguing first-time starters as we get set for our post-parade coming up, and we start off this Pick 6 with one with experience here. It came on the grass for not the first time.
Yeah, and didn't break particularly well last time. Draws the inside, not ideal.
Ricardo Santana Jr. there for Horacio de Paz. Next door, Tehanita, Shug McGahee runner who faced Lacara in the debut. Came back to win the Grade 3 Pocahontas.
Yeah, I think it was a quality field. She got a big education, took a ton of kickback that day.
Quick Kick was third in that race, too. It was just third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. The 4, My Sharona.
My Sharona, extensive work tab for Ray Handel. Had a first to run extremely well in the first race to finish second.
Favorite for Pletcher acting up a bit.
Yes, it's a horse that first-time starter. There's horses for Pletcher he had earlier that had experience and didn't run particularly well.
Latham Ridge going to dirt.
Yeah, with more of a dirt pedigree after that try at Kentucky Downs.
And there's Beauty Reigns for Bill Mott.
Like the work tab here. I'm not as big on times as I am on spacing of works. This horse has had steady spacing of works going back to the beginning of September.
7 minutes away from the start of our Pick 6, Day 2 of this Aqueduct Fall Meet. I want to remind all, playing with NYRA Bets, get a 10% bonus today when you hit a trifecta at Del Mar. Opt in. NYRABets.com for a 10% trifecta bonus this afternoon. So back to the favorite, Terratel. Pletcher, Velasquez, and a bullet quickest of 85 work out of the gate. Now back on November 1st.
Yeah, and listen, the one thing I will say, though, those gate works on the Belmont training track need to be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt because it's not an exact pull. They break on the outside rail, and I think it's almost a little bit of a short half a mile.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, it's just one of those situations where this game is all about zigging and zagging. And earlier in the card, there were two maidens for Todd Pletcher that had experience, that had run extremely well, that looked very tough to beat, and neither one of them ran particularly well. This is a situation where you got a horse making her debut, at a short price. And this is probably one of those moments where I zig and try to beat her, and she zags and stuffs me into a locker, but nonetheless, I'm going to try.
Another first-timer, this one with that big pedigree Maggie mentioned from the female family of Life is Sweet. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, Sweet Cattle Mine, 5-2 right now, and Junior Alvarado, and gets that outside post for the debut.
Really nice outside post. You're not forced into the race. You're not under any kind of pressure. Even if you break a half a step slow, which happens a great deal to first-time starters, it's not going to inhibit her getting into a good rhythm, a good stride. And it looks like she has some size and scope to her, so the outside could be a benefit.
I think of the things that can go wrong for the, quote, best horse in the race. Not saying that about the 8 Beauty Reigns, but let's just say she is. The things that can go wrong, to me, the least impactful is losing ground, being a little bit wide, if you're the best horse in the race. What can go wrong is breaking slowly, getting stuck in behind horses, eating dirt, not having pace to close into, going too fast. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. That's why I prefer outside draws for first-time starters if they have talent, because losing a little bit of ground to me is the lesser of the evils that can happen to a first-time starter.
She's clicked down to favoritism right now. She's become the 9-5 top choice from that outside post as we go back downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, JK, I could not agree with you more with regards to that post. And two, I just want people to note that number 5, Terratel, very green with the pony. She reared up. She was showing us her belly. But My Sharona really continued to be green whilst with the pony and then having a solo warm-up. But going to take a look at 2 second-time starters here who are actually switching surfaces, and one of them being the Rail Runner in not the first time for Horacio De Paz. And this sire, not this time. I mean, he's just been so impactful in the breeding shed, and he can really get a runner to do anything. So looking at her, though, she doesn't look like a turf sprinter. She's quite tall, quite leggy. I would prefer more ground, but I really like the switch to the dirt. She moved beautifully over it. Still looks as though there might be some development to be had with her. And look, she's a big price, but I do think this might be her preferred surface, as the bottom of her pedigree would say that too, as she's a half to Greatest Stakes winning dirt sprinter Dixie Serenade. Moving on to number 6, Latham Ridge, who was taking some money, has drifted up to 5-1. I don't know. Look, she has all dirt pedigree, and yet Chad shipped her to Kentucky Downs to run 6.5 furlongs on the turf. She did no running. And the thing with these authentics is I feel as though they do need more ground. They need more time. So the fact that we come back here going the 6.5, I'm scratching my head a little bit. And on the bottom side, it's all distance too. So wait and see approach with her. She does look incredibly fit. She looks as though she could strengthen up a little bit. Now, one that has done such a second-time starters, number 2, Tejanita. I actually really liked her in that race. Now, it was wired by LaCara, who came back and won the Grade 3 Pocahontas thereafter, and obviously Quick Kick, breaking her maiden later on in the meet for Tom Amoss and running very well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, finishing 3rd. So a live race in which it was very strung out. LaCara had the experience. She ran them off their feet, and she did make up a little bit ground, Tejanita, on the inside. And that day, she was very racy looking, very racy acting, and that's kind of typical of Saratoga. Today, she comes in a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more conditioning on her, and I think that's a good sign. So we do see number 4, I just caught her on the big screen here with the simulcast. My Sharona still acting just a little bit silly out there for her debut. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. A minute away from this Pick 6 getting underway. Again, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And a good one here with some very interesting first-time starters. There's a look at My Sharona. That's one of them for Ray Handel. Romero Mirage will be aboard.
I saw the same thing Maggie did, acting a little bit silly. I picked her, but then again, I'm a little bit silly as well. Her work tab lines up interestingly enough with me to the 2-horse in the first race, More Than Grace, who ran very well on debut to be second. And this filly has actually worked on the same days and a little bit better at times. So I just feel like at some point, Jonathan, they probably were matched up in the morning, and that filly ran so well, I couldn't get past this filly, taking a little bit of a shot that maybe she's been working with that other filly and working well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first race was an indicator, or a reminder at least, that these maiden races, there's levels to them, and there's first-time starters that can really jump up and surprise you. There's experienced horses that can disappoint you. It's one of those spots I wouldn't really necessarily talk people off of too many horses. I mean, I guess the one down the inside who didn't break particularly well last time was on turf and wasn't bet. That one isn't one that I necessarily need, but the rest of them, I've seen
more of a dirt pedigree though on that one horse as well. And you dig a little deeper, going back to her granddam, Madam Exkey, on the female side of the family, was a filly. I actually won stakes on the dirt for Jimmy Jerkins a long time ago, and Jimmy Jerkins been lighting it up in rehab.
18-1 right now. I mean, public jumping away from Tehanita, who took money first time out, but that one, you look at the pedigree of the 2 and also the pedigree of the 8. Seems like both those two potentially want a little bit more ground than this.
Yeah, no doubt. But we've seen Shug McGaughey's horses improve with a start under their belt a lot. And boy, did she get some education first time out. She got inundated with kickback, dirt thrown back in her face. And Irad didn't make a huge attempt to get her in the clear. I think he just said, okay, well, she's not going to get it done today. Let's teach her something. Maybe losing Irad here to Jose Gomez, probably why she's drifting up so much.
8-1. There she is. Incredibly productive race that she is coming out of. See if she can improve here. Second start. That first start for so many is just really sometimes a complete toss and just a total learning experience.
Absolutely. And listen, Tianita took money on debut, 5.5 to 1, and it was a good race. A Quick Kick ran huge in the Breeders' Cup.
Vaquero as well ran is a nice one. So to take money into the teeth of 2 talented horses like that, I think says a lot.
Meanwhile, there's the Pletcher. Taratel, first-time starter. John Velasquez will ride. You see that wind whipping away down there? Is it difficult to ride in those conditions here?
Yeah, you just got to pay attention to which way it's going. And if it's in your face down the backstretch, find a place to hide. Let someone else break the wind for you. But you're always going to have some wind over here. We're, less than a mile from Jamaica Bay.
6-5 favorite. Todd Pletcher, first-time starter. Filly by Candy Ride with John Velasquez aboard. We start the pick 6 at 6.5 furlongs in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from My Sharona in between horses, breaking step slow, but now Beauty Reigns is rushing up to the outside, and here's Beauty Reigns to take the lead. At the Rail is not the first time, is challenging. Now these two hook up, and My Sharona is going to take off of them, is stalking from third. To the far outside is Latham Ridge, is now that fourth position, is 2 off the lead. Dream run here at the Rail. Here comes Taratel, and John Velasquez, they had the opening and move on through, and now a challenging third, tightly bunched on the front end. The one at the back, the lone trailer, Tehanita. 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing not the first time. Right there in the 2-path, Beauty Reigns is back for more, and here's Junior Alvarado and Beauty Reigns trying to contest for that lead, and now Beauty Reigns puts a nose in front. At the Rail there is not the first time, and a 3-wide rally from My Sharona, who's in the clear. Right in behind horses, Taratel and John Velasquez looking for a seam, is in the 4th spot. Will it open up as they reach the top of the stretch? Beauty Reigns drifts just a touch. That's going to open up the inside here for Taratel, who's trying to rally on, and My Sharona is now challenging with Beauty Reigns, and these two now press on. Taratel is alone in third, and not pressing on as Beauty Reigns is still finding more. It's Beauty Reigns who's had all the pressure, and Beauty Reigns is extending the margin once again. Beauty Reigns, My Sharona, Beauty Reigns gets the victory. Beauty Reigns over My Sharona, Taratel, and Tehanita in 1:17.4.
Beauty Reigns with that pedigree, able to win first time out. Got a battle here from My Sharona.
Yeah, nice pick by Jonathan and Maggie. Beauty Reigns with that nice steady work tab. Daughter of Into Mischief gets it done. I do think the outside post helped her, but she was game, Jonathan, and I thought when my Sharona came calling, it was all over but the shouting, but she had another thing to say about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at it right here, I mean, the 8 was able to, Beauty Reigns, because of that outside draw, was able to sit off of the 1, be comfortable. The 4 never really came to her until she came off the stretch. Just a much more comfortable position to be in for a first-time starter than where you look at, like, the 5 back in behind horses getting dirt kicked in her face. The 4, my Sharona didn't like dirt getting kicked in her face, Richie, as well on the backside.
Yeah, early on, she was really climbing when the 2 outside runners cleared her, but once she got to clear, she settled in stride. She had her opportunity. I mean, I always think that takes a little energy away from horses, but right here, I was very happy with my chances at this point, but a very game performance, and you like to see a horse fight like this, Beauty Reigns. In the morning trials, you can know if they have ability. You don't know if they have that tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and pop it in your notes now. Ray Handel expressed that he felt like my Sharona would appreciate going a little bit longer, and she ran extremely well considering the circumstances of the day and having some kickback early and then being wide and running into what looks like a good horse in Beauty Reigns.
Who's probably going to appreciate going longer as well.
Of course. Yeah. I think this is going to be a productive race.
8, 4, 5, 2. Yeah, certainly some names that we expect to hear a lot more from down the line. But it's Beauty Reigns in the debut, fending off another first-time starter that might be very talented here in My Sharona for the win. Terratel, first time out for Pletcher, winds up third, 6-5 favorite. And we're underway in the pick 6. Second choice on the board with the victory. Beauty Reigns, Junior Alvarado, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, and a daughter of Into Mischief. To begin the sequence, we'll get into the late pick 5 when we come back.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Terp Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Those silks actually hanging up in the wall, on the wall here in the Aqueduct paddock. Resilient, your winner of the Wood Memorial. But taking a look here at Beauty Reigns, and here with co-owner Emily Bushnell. And Emily, she's so beautiful. I know that you had her in the Keeneland sale, but opted to keep her.
Yeah, she was kind of one of our picks if we wanted to sell something and sell it really well, but we just really fell in love with her and decided to keep her. So really excited first time out, and she seemed like she loved her job and came home good, and so we're really excited to see what's going to happen.
I loved when Junior shook the reins at her. She had a challenger on her outside, and she put her away.
Yeah, exactly. We were like, is she dead? And she came again and really focused, and I think there's a lot more in there. So excited to see what's going to happen.
And what an amazing, pedigree that your family has been all over for generations. How special is that, just to know, the dams and all the relations?
It's amazing. Like, this year has been really, really special, and each of these horses, I feel like I've been lucky enough to have a special relationship with both me and my parents and my brother. And so my kids are here today. We were able to see her in her first start, and so excited that the family just keeps on going and doing so much for us. So it's really awesome.
It really is. Talk a little bit about your family here. If we can, my cameraman, Aaron, if you want to show Emily's children, they're hanging out with Junior. How much fun are they having right now?
They are having the best time. Junior sometimes wears a cam on his helmet and then will send me the videos so the kids can watch it, and they just think it's so fun, and he's super cool. So they love it, and I just love being able to continue this tradition with my family.
I could not agree more, and hopefully it instills a love in them as well that you have had and continued on.
Exactly. So
congratulations.
Thank you so much. Hopefully I'll see you soon.
Hopefully. She looks as though she has a bright, bright future, and that right there, Greg, is the future.
That's what it's all about, and they're enjoying their time here at the Big A. It's so exciting to have a first-time starter, 2-year-old especially, to be able to perform like this with, it seems like, bigger and better things to come.
Absolutely. It's we're always in a game that we're always looking to the future and focused on the moment, but looking to the future. Beauty Reigns certainly looks like she has a future, and I love when you see riders interacting with kids like that. It's something they will never forget.
Oh, I can only imagine how many throughout your career that are probably still coming to the racetrack because the MIG threw them some goggles or gave them a high five.
Well, as they got older, probably cussing me out too. No.
It's part of the beauty of this place, right? Race 5 is going to start the late Pick 5 coming up. We'll close out the early Pick 5 here too. $10,000 claiming race, 1 turn mile, and not a ton of great recent form at this lower level claiming race to go off of. Sister Linda opens up as the favorite right now for Dominic Schettino.
I think she's main and lone speed here. It looks to me like she can control things.
Yeah, she's got some pace. Her pace figures are a tad bit light, but as you look through the rest of the field, there ain't too many others that have much more. If they decide to send, I think she can make the front.
Halo City, though, you think eventually is this the one to beat, the 7?
Yeah, I mean, I thought both of the Peter Walders kind of made some sense to me, the 6 reigning chick and the 7 Halo City. But yeah, towards the outside, Halo City, I think if you can draw a line through that last race, does feel like the one of the 2 that you want.
We haven't had you on since championship weekend, so I want to get your thoughts on your highlight, what went down out at Del Mar over championship weekend.
Well, you got to think about it like for me in my role. People are always asking me who I like, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs the entire week that I didn't think Lake Victoria could lose. Literally didn't think she could lose. I was screaming about how good the inside was for good horses, and when she went into this first turn, she was in trouble. But when she got to this point right here, it's one of those moments as a horse player, as a handicapper, that you knew you were going to be right. It was just a matter of how far. She was absolutely sensational. This is probably one of the best 2-year-old turf fillies they've brought here. And in all fairness, I think this might have been one of the worst groups that we had. I felt like no matter what happened, she wasn't losing. And so it's kind of rewarding, even if she's 3 to 5, people that are coming to the racetrack for the first time, asking who you like, they don't care what price they are when they win. They just want to have that thrill of being involved in one of the 14 championship races and seeing a filly like Lake Victoria do what she did. She was pretty sensational.
She was sensational and a sensational ride. Yes, she had trouble in the first turn, but Ryan Moore was so cool, allowed her to find her stride, and the decisive move at the 5/16 pole, when he saw that scene to get to the outside, and he cut through the field like a hot knife through butter. Now, you got to have a horse that can do that, that has that kind of acceleration, but every decision he made was so spot on. It was actually a pleasure to watch him ride.
And I know, look, she was a European coming in, and a lot of people and handicappers here focus on, the stars that have been running here we've been seeing, but she was one of sort of the under-the-radar superstars coming into the weekend, and she lived up to it.
Yeah, and look, I think that's what's fun about the Breeders' Cup is you get those 14 championship races, and some of them are outstanding betting opportunities, and some of them are just sit back, shut up, and watch. Torpedo Anna was one of those situations. Didn't have $1 wagered on her, but it was exciting to watch her, kind of put a bow on her outstanding championship season.
Who do you believe she's Horse of the Year?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I do.
Take a look at everybody who won on championship weekend. Future Stars Friday. Lake Victoria odds-on winner there, and Juvenile, of course, completely changed when East Avenue, which shockingly, Brendan Walsh said he thought of a million different scenarios. He never thought not breaking will be one of them.
Yeah, no, he was. I saw him after. He was very disappointed. I think he thought he was going to run extremely well. And while we're talking about Godolphin, very happy to see Manny Franco get his second Breeders' Cup with Immersive.
Yes.
Championship Saturday started with a shocker. Soul of an Angel, $41 winner, and ended with, for a lot of people, one didn't consider a whole lot. And, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, just with the way it's set up with that first turn in a 14-horse field, tough for some of those horses that drew outside.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at that list, Richie, I just want to look at your face when I say this. I thought Rebels Romance, the ride on Rebels Romance, I absolutely loved it. I love that middle move backside, break the race open at the top of the stretch. Come get me if you want to.
Well, if William Buick hadn't broken that race open at that point, he would have been run down. That cushion, that separation he created off the turn allowed him to hold off the runner-up, the Japanese runner, who was a big price and who, of course, I needed badly.
Of course. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Got more coming up. We'll get in a little bit deeper into this late pick 5 as well. And Red Smith, can last year's winner do it again? Masterpiece. Looks like coming into this year's edition in even better form and when he won it last year. Stay with us. We'll be back with more coverage coming up on Fox Sports 2.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon. Big weekend ahead. No show tomorrow. Be able to watch all that action on the NYRA Bets app. But back with you on Sunday for the Grade 3 Long Island forever together. A couple of stakes still to come this afternoon, a little bit later on in the card. And Saturday, Grade 2 Red Smith. We went to break talking about Masterpiece, who won this race last year. It does look like he's coming in maybe a little bit sharper this year.
I think that's a fair assessment. And, you know, it all comes down to who really wants the mile and 3 furlongs.
Well, let's look at the win in last year's edition, and was a bit of a surprise when he pulled this one off.
Yeah, but what a perfect trip he got last year, right? He was able to sit in that inside position and come with that late rally early. You know, once he tipped out, he came with a run. He gets Jose Lezcano back aboard today. Jose Lezcano recently changed agents. He's now represented by PJ Campo.
Look, I've always had a thing for Integration, who I've thought has shown a lot of talent, but it's just been a little, the winner circle's been a little bit elusive. You know, we talked about Masterpiece, Rebel Red, a little bit interesting. Look, it's a fun race, absolutely.
Well, let's get to Integration. And I mean, this horse looked like he just had superstar quality from the outside. He won the first 3 starts of his career, including the Hill Prince. Grade 2 by 5 lengths. What about distance for this horse?
You know, it feels like the last 2 starts, they've tried the 1.5 miles, the 1.25 miles. It feels like some of the better races have been a little bit shorter. But when it comes to Shug McGaughey continuing to try these longer, you know, the 1 3/8, just a little bit longer, you know, not the 1 1/8, 1 1/16 type races, makes me feel like he feels like there's something there. He's just trying to figure what it is.
That was a runner-up performance to Nation's Pride in Arlington Million at a 1.25 miles. But yeah, I mean, this horse had shown so much promise early on. Meanwhile, Rebel Red, Cherie DeVaux, Jose Ortiz, winning combo for the Breeders' Cup Mile, bringing Cherie DeVaux her first ever victory with More Than Looks. And here's another one we don't know with this distance.
No, and I question his ability to stay the distance because he's got a turn of foot. He's got acceleration. And that doesn't always translate to further distances. It's horses that have that ability to stay, right? They have a higher cruising speed, but they don't really quicken. And Rebel Red, especially in his last race, the Allowance Freesa Keeneland, showed the ability to finish.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a horse, it's mile and 16th, 1 1/8, 1 6, mile. Especially with a good trainer, you know that that's probably what they think they should be doing. But at a certain point, they just say, let's just throw this to the wall, see if it sticks. Let's try something different. That's what it feels like to me here.
And
doesn't mean he can't win. Just
for the old veteran New York bred city man, this could be the swan song final start for him, it looks like, and taking a pretty big shot here.
Taking a big shot, but listen, it's late in the turf season. It's late in his career, obviously. I thought he was primed for a big effort last time. He looked fitter to me. He looked better, his coat, and he ran a big race. He just came up second best to what's the St. Louis?
Spirit of St. Louis.
Spirit of St.
Yeah.
Louis. I almost called him Joe St. Louis.
1.3 mil in earnings, and he's been a fun horse. Certainly accomplished a lot for the Clement Barn. That is coming up on our Saturday coverage. Again, you can watch all those races on the Naira Bets app. Back to today and the start of the late pick 5. 1 mile, $10,000 claiming race, and favoritism has gone to the rail and Pretty Extreme, Rob Falcone Jr. Barn.
Yeah, you know, you look at Pretty Extreme and you identify Pretty Extreme's best last race. It was for Rob Falcone, and it was at the distance of a mile on this racetrack.
Right now, the 5-2 choice. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at her here in the paddock, Greg. Pretty Extreme. Once upon a time, yes, as you guys said, Rob Falcone with the reclaim, and she's one that I haven't thought that she's looked quite the good Pretty Extreme over the last couple of months. Well, I know this is the second start back for Rob, but she just looks a touch better. You know, she's been a horse that gets nervous. She washes out. That's not the case today. She has gotten a nice little haircut, being clipped with that winter coat coming in, but also she just looks stronger behind and across her top line, and that has been my main complaint about her throughout the summer. So maybe this is the time that she gets back on track, dropping down to the lowest level that she has ever run for before. Now, Peter Walter will send out 2. Gonna take a look at one coming off a little bit of a layoff in number 6, Reigning Chick, as last time when she tried to come back off of a layoff and dropped back down in class. She was against the racetrack. It was a day you wanted to be a little bit more inside, and she was just on the wide chase. Now, I do want to save, ultimate judgment for her after watching her warm up. But this is one of the better times I've seen Reigning Chick at least appear in the paddock. Weight and coat is sensational. She just ticks every box for me, honestly. She's the one who caught my eye most down here in the paddock. But again, Greg, do want to watch her warm up for this one.
All right, we'll keep our eyes, maybe get back to you on that when we get to our post parade and beyond, approaching the 5-minute mark to post for the start of this late pick 5. 3-1. Tough in this race, it felt like, to make really anyone a short price and feel confident to make them a favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I wanted badly to pick the one Pretty Extreme just because I do think that Pretty Extreme will run better than she has run, getting back to Rob Falcone's barn, getting back to the distance, running here at the racetrack. But I don't like the rail draw for her. And at a short price as the favorite, I just have to look elsewhere. I don't have a problem with her as an individual. I just think as a betting proposition, I prefer others.
Post parade coming up. This one here, if you can look beyond the most recent start, looks like she may be pretty tough. Halo City for Peter Walder.
Yeah, and also you get Jorge Vargas aboard, who's ridden into 4 of her five lifetime victories.
So here's our favorite, Manny Franco, Rob Falcone Jr., Pretty Extreme.
Yeah, getting back to Rob Falcone, gets the rail, unfortunately, but will appreciate the distance.
Jolly Miss Jill 0 for 10 this year.
0 for 10 this year. Might have landed in the softest spot that she's faced yet, though.
Double-digit odds next door in Gringotts with Romero Mirage.
Yeah, it just seems to be going the wrong direction in terms of speed figures.
9-2. This is Sister Linda, 2-time winner on the surface.
I think she's the pace setter here, and I like speed in these situations.
5-1, Eliseo Ruiz on Toscanova Beauty, another player for Linda Dixon.
I would absolutely want to have this horse in my pick 5 if I was playing. I think is a little bit better than looks on paper.
Here's Reigning Chick, 1-2 for Peter Walder.
I like the high marks she got from Maggie from the physical perspective, and she certainly has races that could make her tough.
Way too big a price,
in the past, yeah.
Here's the other Peter Walder and more highly regarded one, Halo City.
Yeah, it was facing tougher, but, did drop off significantly to what this horse was doing with Michelle Nevin.
And outside Joey the Fish at 11-1, Randy Persuade.
This one would surprise me. Current form leaves a lot to be desired.
So 4 minutes away, start of the late pick 5. Let's go back to this Peter Walder duo, starting with Halo City in here, who's 4-1 and one of the main contenders certainly in this race. Last start did not go well at all, but we're going to look back to February 2nd. And this was a dominant win. This one was over pretty early with this one, putting the $16,000 claiming group away.
Yeah, and Halo City did this, but the tricky part about evaluating performances like this is it tells you a lot about the individual. When you get down to the claiming ranks, the individual kind of takes a little bit of a back seat because they're switching trainers, they're switching operations, they're switching circuits, they're switching levels, they're switching riders. And a lot of times it's hard to look back at performances like this and imagine it being duplicated. This horse has been to 3 different trainers since that. Obviously, there's a little bit of talent there, but I prefer the other Walder in here, the 6 Reigning Chick that, like you said, Maggie had some nice things to say about physically.
Well, let's get more and go back to Maggie on Halo City.
Yeah, Halo City. She doesn't want any part of sprinting. She's back at a distance where she can be competitive here. And she looks fine. I have no problems with her. But like I said, I much prefer the looks of her stablemate. And, I mean, what is going on that she is the longest price on the board? I mean, again, like we always say, maybe that's a negative sign, but I don't see why she should be that price. As I said, I think she had an excuse in her last start when she was dropping off the bench. And Greg, she has warmed up nicely. I like the way she's moving. I'm gonna pick her. 17-1, sure, why not? The fact that she's a bigger price than Joey the Fish is insane. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I just think it's crazy. As number 5 at 9-2, Toscanova Beauty. This is the furthest, at least as of late, that she'll have competed. And maybe they want to try to get this horse's early speed back, where she's been more successful when she can be forwardly placed. But the problem is that she has just declined, obviously in her form, but also physically. She was very kind of quiet and kind of sullen acting and shaking, and horses who do that, I just don't like. That just gives me a negative impression. Now she's warming up fine, but I just don't see why now in her 25th career start as a 5-year-old that we're supposed to be really excited about her going a mile. I don't know. She's not for me. She'll have to beat me, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, I think we're all baffled at why Reigning Chick is such a big price right now, who's faced a lot better company of late and with success. The other Peter Walder runner, by the way, you're not even going to get anything close to 7-2 on Halo City. The 7, I would think, at post time is favored in the doubles.
She's got 5 wins, 10 seconds, 10 thirds, and she's a deep closer. I think she's got a lot to overcome.
Yeah, you know, in these situations, it's always about price, right? I mean, we've all been around the racetrack long enough that you can go through every single one of these horses and make a case for, and you can make a case against. And it's all about evaluating which ones match up with the prices, right? I mean, I've got no problem with Halo City, but at a shorter price compared to some of these others, I feel like others make more sense. The same with Pretty Extreme. I've got no problem with the horse. It's just that 9-5 with the circumstances that you get here. And I think the thing with Reigning Chick, the 6, is a lot of times horse players make the mistake of recency. And I think that when you look at, you know, 5th beaten 12, 6th beaten 12, 4th beaten 10, 7th beaten 9, 7th beaten 9, I think people just start to dismiss, oh, this horse doesn't want to win. But when you look at the figures, you look at the circumstance, you look at the time since the last race, since July, then there's an opportunity for this horse to kind of jump up. We've all been knocked out of pick 6s and pick 5s by horses whose form is even worse than this. That's what's tricky about claiming races. I feel like I can handicap and try. I missed a grade 1 race with my eyes closed. These are so much harder.
As big a price, and the price starting to come down on that one on your screen right now, the 6. I think we're all surprised by it. Still, I'm almost as surprised as how much money Pretty Extreme the 1 is taking at 9-5.
I think that's what also happens in these spots. I think that horses like the 6, Reigning Chick, tend to get ignored because of their poor form, and horses like Pretty Extreme tend to get leaned on a little bit because they're a lot more digestible based on how they've been running, the figures they've been running, and some of their past performances.
See what happens in this late pick 5 in terms of we got the Pebbles to come, we got a stakes race, the Autumn Days to close it out, but did you find a lean and oversubscribed? Is that a single for you?
No, I don't trust. I don't trust. I think she's definitely a used. But the one that I would kind of build my whole thing around, and we'll talk about this race before I'm out of here, is the 6, the 1 Clear Conscience on the inside. I would have to have, in the 6th race, the number 1 Clear Conscience, I would have to have on my tickets.
All right, good luck, everyone playing this pick 5 pool. 235,000 and still growing. Difficult sequence, that turf sprint to close it out, that stake, the Autumn Days, that is, I know others have a different take. It seems like it's very wide open.
I think it's very wide open. I love the fact that we're ending the day with back-to-back
I love that.
stakes on the turf.
9-5 favorite, Pretty Extreme. From the rail, Manny Franco for Rob Falcone Jr. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin to get us started.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Right to the front, it's Pretty Extreme from the rail. Has that early speed on the far outside. There's Reigning Chick in the early mix as well. And joining them in between horses, there is Sister Linda. Now Sister Linda takes command, is up by a full length. Reigning Chick is going to stalk in second at the rail. Breaking on top was Pretty Extreme, who's now back to third. In between horses, there's Jolly Miss Jill. That's the leading quartet. Behind them, they are 3 in front of Gringotts, who's now a shared 5th and 6th with Tuscanova Beauty. The 2 at the back, late running Joey the Fish with Halo City. They work up the backstretch a moderate tempo early, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Sister Linda now seizes command. It's Sister Linda engaged towards the outside is Pretty Extreme, is now going to challenge and take the lead. It is now Pretty Extreme, who's put a neck in front. Sister Linda back to second. Jolly Miss Jill's trying to rally on from third. Less than 4 furlongs to travel as Reigning Chick dropped right out of it, is now back to fifth. Gets passed towards the inside here from Gringotts. Also moving forward, Toscanova Beauty. Trying to pick it up from the back are Joey the Fish and Halo City. 46.32 for a half-mile time. Pretty Extreme has got the lead. It's Pretty Extreme, and Jolly Miss Jill is chasing towards the outside. Can Sister Linda re-rally here in behind horses as they reach the top of the stretch? Pretty Extreme and Manny Franco trying to put this one away. Jolly Miss Jill is now moving up on the outside, and Jolly Miss Jill is trying to challenge, and now Jolly Miss Jill has run right on by. Pretty Extreme is now back to second as they approach a final furlong. It's Jolly Miss Jill who's up by 3.5 lengths from the back. Here come the closers. Joey the Fish is rallying on. A 16th left to go. Jolly Miss Jill. Late run Joey the Fish. Toscanova Beauty. Jolly Miss Jill needs the line. Jolly Miss Jill finds it. Jolly Miss Jill holds off the oncoming Joey the Fish there with Toscanova Beauty. Pretty Extreme finished fourth. Then 1 minute 38.43 seconds.
Jolly Miss Jill at 7:01, 0 for 10 on the year coming into this performance. Pretty Extreme. Manny Franco looked extremely confident, as you see winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez getting congratulations all around, but this one able to roll right on by the favorite.
This is a horse that was closest to that pace that stuck around. The other two horses that were involved in that pace were Pretty Extreme, your favorite, and the fourth, Sister Linda, and they melted down, JK, but here comes the back runners with that separation she created there. And one thing we come to see consistently from Ruben Silvera, he's aggressive.
Yeah, it's just funny, right? The horse was 54-1 last time, 47-1 before that. Didn't really do much running. Ran okay last time. Then comes here, 7-1, and wins easy. It's the claiming game, and these types, this level of racing, to me, is the most complicated to do. I always find myself in multi-race sequences, singling maidens, singling stakes types, only using a couple, and then just having to spread in races like this to catch horses like this that don't jump off the page at you, but when the right circumstance hits them between the eyes, they can run like this.
Well, and look who ran second, too. I mean, perfect example. A lot. You say it a lot, too, this lower level claiming race. We don't know how good they're feeling. They're not the soundest horses as well. Who's feeling good on the day sometimes?
Yeah, you can't get up and tell the trainer, I didn't sleep very good last night. I'm a little stiff. I got up on the wrong side of the stall, right? That's why I don't like when people call people horse whisperers. They're horse listeners, right? And you try and identify when a horse is good. And lower level horses are just not as consistent.
7-1 over 22-1. 2.851 finish. And a 7-1 start to the late pick 5. Jolly Miss Jill puts an end to her woes here in 2024. First win in her 11th career start on this calendar year.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races. Ruben Silveira with the win, and Jolly Miss Jill to the winner's circle. Here with winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez. Quick note though, on the 6th, actually the overgirth snapping on Reigning Chick. So Jose Gomez was looking down and was wondering what he was doing out there. Rudy, you're an ex-rider. Did you ever have that happen?
Yeah, that happened even in the morning. So it was no fun. But
wait, the actual, because we don't have overgirths in the morning.
No, but it broke completely, everything broke. So I was with the saddle, I just kind of slide with the saddle down and went down.
Oh my gosh.
It's scary, you know. Sometimes, you know, I don't know, you know, you try to prevent from every little thing, you know, the ballast clean everything up, and still, you know, it's what it is, you know. We just got to thank God that no more accidents happen like that. So thank God Jose is good, and throw that one away.
Yeah, well, you know, she may have still finished last, but anyway. Rudy, you know, talking about equipment and stuff, you're not shy about putting some unusual equipment sometimes on horses. You love an extension blinker, right?
I love whatever it works. Sometimes in the morning you try and they go, you know, and you got to try, you know. I try the hoops like Dave. I put some cotton in the ears and some on the end. So, you know, we're here to learn and try, and hopefully the horses adjust. I think this filly today we put the shadow roll. So, you know, he win, even though my wife is here. So, you know, that's probably maybe the lucky charm.
I was going to say, so you got the mention in. Well done. She said you have to at least get a mention in, but I'm not going on camera.
Now all the time I got to mention my wife. She got to come more often. She got to bring me some burritos too.
Can you bring them for all of us? Burritos sound so good. How good are burritos?
Oh, she's a great cook for sure. You know, that's why I don't even want to go out, because she's an amazing woman.
She is, to put up with you. Jinx! Love my Rudy interviews, but Jolly Miss Jill, shadow roll working today, Greg, and gets the job done.
Rudy just got zinged by Maggie. Good one, Maggie. Jolly Miss Jill, $17.40 for the win. And maybe let's go back to what Maggie was talking about with Reigning Chick and that equipment issue.
Yeah, so for people that don't know, every horse has 2 girths in a race. It's not like in the morning where you have 1 girth. You have the undergirth, which is your main girth, which is what broke, and then the overgirth, which is considered safety equipment in case something happens to your first girth, something that could hold the saddle in place. So you don't weigh with the overgirth, you don't weigh with your flak jacket, and you don't weigh with your helmet. You don't weigh before the race with anything that's considered safety equipment. That's why every horse that comes back should be about 4 pounds over the assigned weight, because it's 4 pounds of safety equipment that's excluded.
Good to see everything A-OK, though, coming out of that with a scary situation. 6th race coming up next, start of the late pick 4. 7:01 start to the late pick 5 sequence here. This one on the turf, mile and a 16th, New York breds. Allowance optional claiming field. It is the 6 right now, Better Lucky Than Good. Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis, who has opened up the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, I like races like this where there's a ton of horses exiting the same race. October 12th, race 8. There's a bunch of horses. Let's Go Big Blue won that race. When you can watch those races back, when there's a bunch of them in there, and just kind of in your brain, just kind of say, oh, 7, 8, 9, 4, the horses that are in there, watch it. And at the end of the race, just say to yourself quickly, who do you think ran the best? And for me, it was the one Clear Conscious, who I thought ran extremely well considering the circumstances. And so based on that, coming back from this spot with all those same horses, I'm going to go with that horse on the rail with IRAD.
Meanwhile, feature race later today, 2 stakes, as Mick talked about, and this card. One of them, Grade 3 Pebbles in race 8. 3-year-old fillies at a mile on the grass. Purse of $175,000. And there's a look at the field that will line up. Oversubscribed, certainly going to take a lot of money for Chad Brown. But Jody's Pride, who was on the road to this year's Kentucky Oaks. Things did not go well in the Ashland. We have not seen her since. It's kind of talent she's shown on dirt as a 2-year-old. Narrow runner-up finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
We know she has a lot of ability, JK. Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, she is. She's an outstanding, talented horse. And when you have someone who does so well on the grass, like Jorge Abreu, I just default to them when they make a decision to switch surfaces. If Chad Brown does it, if Christophe Clement does it, you know, it doesn't matter to me. If they do well on a surface and they make the switch, I'm just assuming, at least for now, It's a switch that he's probably been wanting to do. When you have a horse that runs so well on the dirt, you're kind of stuck to the dirt for a little while.
First couple of tries, tried to get on the grass. Those races came off, and with that pedigree, now is finally going to get a chance to show what she can do on the lawn as we go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look, though, at the outside runner in here, Way to Be Marie. Greg got the chance to catch up with her trainer, Rob Atras, earlier today and asked him about the layoff. Obviously, it was recorded in the form that she bled after that grade 3 regret. Well, he said that she had been sick, and sometimes that will trigger a horse to bleed, and that she had no history prior to that. But they immediately pulled the plug, turned her out, got her ready at Fair Hill, where they do have access to that hyperbaric chamber, which is so good for horses who need that recovery in their lungs. So she took advantage of that. He is overwhelmed with how well she's been working for this start back. And furthermore, he told me, Greg, I could not love the post more. Feeling that Makanga, yes, she's going to go off. She has that runoff speed, but that with a horse like Way to Be Marie, who wants to be forward, the outside post actually gives her so many options.
Maggie, thank you. Great information. And look, Rob Atras coming off a tremendous Belmont at the Big A meeting. He's been very good in these type of layoff situations as well with Way to Be Marie. And on a couple of occasions, been very competitive with a good one named Dynamic Pricing.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, you know, it's a tactical horse as well who's got some speed but doesn't have to be on the lead, right? With Makanga in there, drawn outside of Makanga, can pop away from there, be comfortable and have a target. You know, a lot of times in Way to Be Marie's races ended up being kind of stuck in that position where she had to be the hunted. She can be the hunter if she wants to.
It always simplified things for me when I was riding, when you had a horse like Makanga who is a runoff. She just runs away. So you didn't have to guess. You knew how it was going to play out, what was going to go down, and you can kind of plan your race out accordingly. And I think Way to Be Marie is in a perfect spot to just find that stalking position after watching her run off. Makanga, if she doesn't get ranked the first eighth, by the second eighth, she's kind of on her way.
But she's shown the ability with that kind of talent, too, that she could maybe pull this off.
Well, she can carry it a ways. I mean, last time she took them a long way and was just run down. That was going a mile and an eighth. Now we get a mile today. But sometimes that kind of invites someone to maybe come out a little bit more forward and almost incite her, get her a little bit more riled up, you know, when they've got a horse breathing on them just a little bit early.
You guys don't do that to each other, do you?
A jockey's job is to make his competition as uncomfortable as humanly possible within the boundaries of the rules. And there's a little gray area there.
Maybe skirt those rules a little bit, too. See what you can get away with. We're going to take a timeout. That's still to come later on the card. Again, we'll close this Friday action with back-to-back stakes races. We look forward to it. How about momentum? Indeed. Louisiana in the house. Kendrick Carmouche continuing to win, continuing to be successful, and the crowd loves him here in South Ozone Park.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Elite Power to the front. At the 16th pole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all beating at 875 down or down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint at 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part where you can play it all. NYRA Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Last race we get JK for before you ride off into the sunset to...
Or run to the train, one of the two.
All-out sprint. This next race, again, mile and 16th on the turf in this New York bred allowance optional claiming race. And he is a busy man these days, isn't he, Dylan Davis?
He is a very popular and hot commodity at the moment. And
this is the one he'll ride.
Yep, and we're talking about better lucky than good. And that was a whole crew from the Adelphi Racing Club. They always seem to have a great time. And what's better than being at the races? Sharing it with friends.
10 minutes away from the 6th coming up. This is the favorite. That's Dylan's mount. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I looked up, I saw the price, I said, darn it, because better lucky than good looks probably best here in the paddock and does make the most sense as well on paper. A horse that has gotten better, I feel like, throughout the season with racing. So last time he did save ground, he rallied up the rail, but then he had to kind of tap on the brakes a little bit, Dylan Davis, mid-stretch, probably when it counted, and he continued forward progress then thereafter that slight steady. So, and he's just, you know, he's been right there with many of these horses, and I do think, as the favorite, he does make a good deal of sense. Now, the other horse that looks fantastic here in the paddock is on the outside in number 10, Laurel Valley. Sometimes he can get a little hot, a little washy, a little revved up. Not the case today. Cool as a cucumber here for Mike Maker. Dappled head to toe. Looks like it's June as opposed to November. Then again, the temperatures are kind of like it's May at least. But just these two horses were the two that really caught my eye. The problem with Laurel Valley is that he is posted on the outside, and last time he had to settle and chase a horse around there, and you could tell he just wasn't happy doing so. So now Joel Rosario is going to have to get this guy out of the gate, clear the field. Does that make him go a bit too fast? As one that I find intriguing is number 4, Cable Ready. You know I'm always intrigued by a new gelding, but with Cable Ready, physically, it's almost on the opposite of what it typically does. A lot of times it'll lighten horses up. Well, Cable Ready was a very fit, lean horse. Now it looks as though he's put on weight, which I kind of like. And furthermore, a horse that can be a little obstreperous to get the tack on was really good. And maybe this is what he's needed all along, a horse that hinted at some promise when breaking through the A other than condition when he was trying the turf for the first time, ran respectably in the Grade 2 Pennine Ridge, and then things haven't gone as well since then. But I feel like getting back here against a field that he could be competitive with out of that Ashley T. Cole, and back to this course as a new gelding, I think he's intriguing at a price, Greg.
16-1 on Cable Ready on our screen. I believe you have a little more on Cable Ready.
Yeah, Cable Ready is by Reedsdale, who stands up at McMahon Thoroughbreds, and the Grand Dam, the dam of Reedsdale, Harpia, Juddmonte Farm Danzig mare.
JK, pay attention to this.
I got it.
Look at the record on her when she came to North America. She won by 11 with Robbie Davis, 2.5, 10.5, and then a guy named Migliori was able to get underneath him and get him off a horse. She won 3 in a row.
Margins seemed to diminish though when you hopped on.
Not the first two.
Figures got a little slower. Figures got a little slower too, Mig.
That might be the greatest getting a rider off a horse in the history of getting riders
Clear
off a horse.
Conscience went by Rat Ortiz Jr. We saw the two-born dancer from Michelle Nevin with Kendrick Carmouche, by the way, and here's long shot Maxwell Esquire.
Maxwell Esquire used to be like this outstanding turf sprinter. Never really handled going long or much too well.
Here's Cable Ready.
Turns as a gelding. Got that deep pedigree.
BD Saints, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, the pace was pretty quick in that last race, although this horse did get the win.
Favorite, better lucky than good, Christophe Clement Barm.
Closer in a race that appears to have a lot of speed, and that's kind of how I've lived my life, being better lucky than good.
Gem, you're both. Gem Min 10, 9-1, Manny Franco.
Got a nice trip last time. I worry there's going to be some more pressure in here today.
Any kind of case you can make for Dream Point?
I cannot. Sorry.
All right, 45 to 1. Yeah, it seems very difficult. Laurel Valley, meanwhile, player Joe El Rosario for Mike Maker.
Yeah, sorry. I thought this one was at least a little bit interesting. That's why I stole it from you in this post parade.
And Let's Go Big Blue gets in from the also eligible list for George Weaver.
Last time was the time with Let's Go Big Blue for me. Drawn towards the outside this time. I think we'll come down off that 6 to 1. It probably looks appetizing now, but just maybe think 4 to 1 is what he probably goes off at. That doesn't work for me.
Tough post, really tough post from the outside. The same problem with Laurel Valley that Maggie talked about. You got speed and you're drawn outside. What kind of trip do you get? Do you get caught wide, or you got to use too much trying to get over? And
See if, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
See if Jose Lezcano can try and navigate that and make life a little better from that outside slot. So let's go back to October 12th. Was drawn a little bit better on this occasion and got the win.
Got to save ground, 3 of 10. Got that inside-out trip. That's a perfect turf trip, right, JK? You get to save ground and tip out to where a horse is probably a little bit braver and finish the way he did. We know he's capable. He's got to get the right trip.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's the best trip in racing, right? I mean, on the grass, saving ground, not having to stop or check, and then still just being able to finish. It's hard for me to take horses off of great trips and grass races in their next start, especially if they're short prices. And not that this is the shortest price horse.
Doesn't hurt to have Super Bowl winning silks you're wearing as well. August Dawn Farm, Bill Parcells.
Coach Parcells so into racing, and this horse has been a very nice runner for him, right? He's earned over $300,000, and what I started to say was, though, the way I got Robbie off of that horse is much the way Angel Cordero would get people off of horses. And the reason I bring up Angel Cordero, one of the greatest riders in the history of racing, it's his birthday today, and I wanted to say happy birthday to Angel.
Oh, my goodness.
We concur. We should be singing for him.
Happy birthday, Angel. He's
Absolutely.
watching 100%. He's got 2 TVs up, I guarantee it right now. One, he's watching the races, and the other one, he's playing video games.
Yeah, he's a fanatic with his video games, and he's great at all of them.
Unless he's playing pickleball right now.
Oh, I don't know about the weather. Yeah, maybe. But
Not
no,
during the
not
races.
during the races.
No.
He's a morning pickleball guy.
Let's go back down to Maggie.
It's funny thinking about Angel playing pickleball. I don't know why, but happy birthday, Angel. Of course, legend of the game. As we'll take a look, though, at the Rail Runner Clear Conscience. And as Chris Engelhart looks for another winner on the card, I did talk to him after he won the first. And he mentioned to me that he hasn't had Clear Conscience in his barn for that long. But I will say that at least he's drawn well for his first start for Chris and his team, as last time he was just kind of out in the 2 to 3 path the entire way, while staying on fairly well. Never really got that cover that ground saving trip, as Mig just pointed out. That's what you want to do, and tip out during the lane, down the lane, but that's the only part you want to be wide in. Horse has always looked the part, always looks great. Today, it's much the same. I just think he's drawn much better. So there's a lot of horses in here that you can make cases for. I'm going to go with my long shot bomb in here, Greg. He's not that big of a bomb, but that's number 4, Cable Ready. So taking a little shot here with a horse that kind of drops back into a spot where I think he makes a bit more sense.
So 15 to 1. And you got the Mig angle as well.
Yeah. And listen, Robbie rode Harpia very well, rode her 3 times in a row. John Kimmel wanted me to go to Florida that winter. I was riding most of his horses. And my question to John was, you want me to go to Florida, which I didn't like going to Florida. I like staying in New York. Rearrange my life, and I don't even ride your best horse. And he said, what do you mean? I said, Harpia. Next morning, I came to the barn. He said, all right, if you come to Florida, you ride Harpia. So that's how I got them out. I also had to go to Florida, which I wasn't crazy about. But
Hope Robbie's not listening right now.
Robbie knows I love him. I've told him the story. I was camped out in that barn, though. I had a tent. I lived in a tent outside the barn. I wasn't letting anybody in there.
I bet he didn't love you. I bet he loves you now. I bet he didn't love you then.
Nah, we did not get on very well back then. But we are. Listen, we're friends now. Neither one of us are hungry anymore. That lends itself to patience, doesn't it?
Well, better lucky than good. Dylan Davis here for Christophe Clement. Still favored, was 7-2 just a moment ago. So public not going overboard quite with this one, but has been the favorite throughout. There's another look at him.
And Dylan's been riding the turf so well, and the biggest thing is Dylan stays disciplined. He stays inside. He identifies the horses that will carry him forward. He's not going to the right or sideways while the race is going forward. And you have to stay disciplined. And to me, that's the biggest maturity I've seen with Dylan.
Yeah, I want to get your guys' take on this. I brought this up with Andy the other day, and I don't know if I've seen, at least the time I've been here for a while, a rider come out of that Saratoga meet and gain as much as they have, just with what they did and it propelling you forward a bit than what Dylan Davis accomplished at that meet at Saratoga.
I think he turned a lot of heads. He opened a lot of eyes. He always had the ability. He was a little bit inconsistent. His consistency in his approach, in his preparation, and again, staying disciplined. There's times as a rider, the difference between riding good and riding bad is when you question, am I going to get trapped here? It's not that you're afraid to be inside from a physical risk. It's about, if I get stuck here, am I going to get criticism? You have to be immune to that in your mind.
And I would imagine that you have to be having success to develop that immunity. Because when things aren't going well, those mistakes, I would imagine they haunt you and they probably lead to more mistakes.
Oh, absolutely. You start to kind of spin out of control a little bit. And Dylan's been riding good horses, so when a gap presents itself or a place presents itself, it's nice to be able to make those gaps. Sometimes you see where you want to be, you just can't get there.
7-2 favorite, and he'll be aboard here. Better lucky than good. Still got back-to-back stakes to come on our coverage that will close out our card. And this one is going to come from well off the pace here in the 6. Who do you expect to be leading the way here?
I would think from the outside, Let's Go Big Blue will be forward. And I think because they're trying to get over, they might end up inheriting the front.
Laurel Valley, too?
Laurel Valley. Jim Minten's not slow.
Yeah.
What kind of trip? Maybe that's one of the biggest questions of this race. Can Jose Lezcano try and work out from that far outside slot with Let's Go Big Blue? Gets in from that also eligible list. 5-1 will be the last in line. There he is in the screen on those silks of Bill Parcells August on Farm. Set for the 6th. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Blue is in. All set. And they're off. Cable Ready flashes early speed. Heart Sent is Born Dancer. Kendra Carmouche, Born Dancer, they want the lead, but Laurel Valley's going to join them 3 wide. Also looking to tuck in now is Let's Go Big Blue, and the leader is Laurel Valley. Laurel Valley and Joel Rosario, they're in front. They're up by 2. Not cornering well into that first turn was BD Saints. The clear leader is Laurel Valley, who's up by 2.5. Comfortable enough in second. Let's Go Big Blue is watching this pace setter, letting this leader now press on, who's going quickly as they work to the backstretch in 23 and 3. Back there in third is Born Dancer to the outside of Cable Ready, who broke with the leaders, is back to 4th, 5 off the leaders. To the outside of that one comes Gem Min 10, who's in 5th. Patiently ridden at the rail is Clear Conscience, is now in 6th. Out wider there comes Better Lucky Than Good. Joining them is BD Saints. Wants to go a wide rally. A move from BD Saints from the back of the pack. Second to last is going to be Maxwell Esquire. And at the back, it's Dream Point. They're still chasing Laurel Valley. Laurel Valley trying to take them all the way, 47.54. Half-mile time, less than a half to go, and they work into the far turn now. In pursuit, Let's Go Big Blue. Let's Go Big Blue is now within a length of the leader. Born Dancer is shoved along. Moving through, in between horses, Clear Conscience is finding a nice run, and Cable Ready is right there. Ground-saving journey at the rail. BD Saints all in there is Gem Min 10 trying to rally on Better Lucky Than Good. They still haven't caught Laurel Valley. It's Laurel Valley who kicks for home, is still up by a full length. Trying to straighten up and run by here on the grandstand side is Born Dancer. Let's Go Big Blue is joining this leader. BD Saints from out of it. Better Lucky Than Good as Laurel Valley's looking for the line. Born Dancer's taking the lead, but here's Better Lucky Than Good. Better Lucky Than Good is lifting late. Born Dancer with a game effort. Better Lucky Than Good. Born Dancer. Better Lucky Than Good. In a tight photo there with Born Dancer, looked to get the victory. Then came Laurel Valley in another photo with BD Saints. And 1 minute 41 and 1.
Dylan Davis, Better Lucky Than Good. Christophe Clement Barn, 3rd win on the turf for this 4-year-old son of Looking at Lucky.
Good patient ride by Dylan, came with the last run. Maggie identified the source looked good on paper, and he looked even better in the flesh. And Better Lucky Than Good gets it done for a Delphi Racing, Christoph Kamant, and a Joseph Migliore Bloodstock Agent purchase.
Joseph Migliore. Where have I heard that name?
A lot of work to do, JK, still at this point early in the stretch.
Yeah, it's funny. I think it's kind of funny that the horse's name is Better Lucky Than Good because there's nothing lucky about this. It's just an outstanding ride by Dylan, and he was patient. He let it develop in front of him. He tipped out at the top of the stretch, and then had a strong finish to the wire.
Things just going incredibly well, including, and it's well-deserved, getting the right kind of mounts with what he has just evolved into now as rider the last few years, but that sensational Saratoga summer as well.
I think it's so important, too, with a horse like Better Lucky Than Good to time your run well, because he does have a tendency to kind of get to that last horse and want to hang with them just a touch, and Dylan delivered him at the absolute perfect moment. And a big try from the two, Born Dancer by War Dancer, who has just become such a staple as far as being a New York stallion.
And I want to confirm, the best pick I've made all day today is that Angel was playing video games. He just texted me and said, I am playing video games.
Did he say which one?
He didn't say, but I guarantee it's Gallop Racer or they like to play the baseball. He'll play the baseball game.
He loves the baseball game.
Yeah.
Gallop Racer, it's not good enough to win. You got to ride the perfect race too. He'll replay it even if he wins to try to get that perfect ride.
It's his birthday. Funny story. I went to dinner with Angel one time, and earlier that day, his memory card for his Gallop Racer got deleted. And he was not very happy.
Oh, that's devastating. He had a great stable. You know, you build up your stable, you even breed some horses. I'm sure he was devastated. Happy birthday, Angel.
Hope he's having some nice cake today. Special afternoon, one of the all-time greats. Dylan Davis with the win. Better Lucky Than Good comes from well off of it for the victory here at 3-1 to start this late Pick 4. JK, we will see you when?
I don't know. I mean, I think next week.
Someday
from a
in the
distance,
future.
next week from a distance.
Keep in touch with us, all right?
I will, yeah, we'll text.
It's good to have you here.
It's good to see you guys.
We're going to be rejoined by Andy Serling in just a little bit and take a timeout. That man right there coming off a meet title, Belmont at the Big A, Dylan Davis, along with yet another for a man who looks primed to win another Eclipse Award. Trainer Chad Brown, who finally broke through, and one of the big ones with that Sierra Leone victory in the Classic. Stay with us.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clevier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Dylan Davis, well, more on it in a moment, coming off a meet title with the victory here on Better Lucky Than Good 3-1 winner for Christophe Clement.
Well-timed ride here, a horse that when he gets to the last horse has a tendency to want to kind of hang with them, and he just delivered him at the perfect moment, Andy.
This horse has had a lot of bad trips going back. Now, he had not run particularly well in his last start, but he got the right trip to get it done today, and Dylan just continues to have a somewhat magic touch.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by Matt Couture of Adelphi Racing Club. And Matt, you know, last time in the stretch, Dylan doing the right thing early on, saving ground, but it kind of bit him in the end. And today, down the outside, he was so much more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, the last 4 times, if you look at the replays, he's never gotten a clear run. It's either been super wide or he's got shut off inside or whatever. So he was due. We've joked about it because of his name, Better Lucky Than Good. He's been better than he's been, you know, lucky. This time he was a bit lucky, and I think Dylan gave him a great ride, and it was awesome to see him get it done at the end of the season.
Yeah, he looks sensational, too. You said end of the season, and I heard some of your partners say, we'll see you back in the spring. Is it a little tough knowing that they're probably doing so well that you have to put these New York breds away for the winter?
It is tough, but look, it gives us a reason to go down to Florida in February and see him and hang out, and that's not the end of the world, so we're happy about that. No, look, he's had a really good campaign. He won his first 2 starts this year, and to get this win at the end of the season is great. And look, in Christophe, we trust. We'll see what happens next year, but hopefully he can keep moving forward and maybe, you know, running stakes company against the New York breds. That'd be great.
It feels like Christophe always has one of those New York bred turf horses in those stakes, but she ran a filly earlier on today. More Than Grace, a good runner-up performance in what looks to be a pretty quick race for 2-year-old fillies. Talk a little bit about her and what you guys are hoping for her maybe down the road.
Yeah, I'm excited about her. I give Ray a hard time because Ray's not very good first time out.
I do too. It's par for the course.
Yeah, but look, he races them into shape, and they usually run really good second, third, fourth time. And so for a filly like her, who we thought was even a bit short anyway, to run the way she did on debut was really promising. She's also PA bred, so we've got a lot of options with that. She's a neat filly. You know, we thought we were going to run her in Saratoga this summer, but a minor setback. So to get her, you know, to the races here now and for her to run that well on debut, you got to get excited. In this business, when you own a horse that runs for the first time, you're always super nervous, excited. You got all the emotions going. And I said to someone earlier, I hate running in the first race because if it goes bad, then it sets the tempo for the day. That set the tempo for the day. It was great. And then we carried on to this. So can't complain.
Well, you have an excited and I don't want to say rowdy. They're actually being so nice and quiet over there. Well done, guys.
They won't be in long shots in about 5 minutes.
Beers all around. It's on the Adelphi Racing Club. All right, guys. Well done. Congrats, Greg.
We might need to do that follow-up and catch them a little bit later on. See the celebration.
Said the only thing better than being at the races with friends and sharing this experience.
With a win in the books. Yeah, $8.40 for this victory. So Better Lucky Than Good. Now a 3-time winner on the lawn over Born Dancer in Laurel Valley. Race 7, 6.5 furlongs. It's a conditioned $16,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have never won 3 or who are 3-year-olds. And favoritism right now, kind of modest favoritism to Devil's Key. He's coming off one of the biggest efforts he's run in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really a winning type with just the 2 wins and 21 starts, but these are all horses, you know, that have their limitations. I guess he can win. This is a hard race, I thought.
Can we re-welcome you to the show? Good to see you, Andy Serling, back.
Nice to see you guys.
Stepping in for JK, and we get you the rest of the way. We still have 2 stakes races to come.
But you're not even talking about Jeopardy.
I was going to say, you guys, if you want to do your reminiscing, let's just get it out of the way now, because I know it's going to happen eventually.
Do we reminisce? I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's going to get fun eventually. Meet has concluded, obviously, Belmont at the Big A. And Dylan Davis, as we've talked about, collecting yet another meet title. 3rd individual meet riding title this year. Career best, $14.1 million in earnings. He's on pace to break his career best, which was 195 wins when he, back in 2022, led all of New York in that category. He is on quite a roll right now.
And he's riding extremely well. Confidence is key, and his confidence level's sky high. And to me, the biggest difference is his consistency. He always had ability, but he was very inconsistent at times. And I think he's showing his maturity that he's as consistent as he is.
I also think, and you're listening to the interviews and particularly watching him ride, he's really more aware of whether there's a bias. You think of how quickly he picked up on that gold rail at Saratoga. He's just more on top of his game. And I understand we're all more together when things are going well. You make the right decisions. You're handicapping, you're winning, you're losing, you make mistakes. But I think it's more than that. I think Dylan has become an incredibly well-rounded rider where he's incredibly prepared. I'm not saying he wasn't prepared before, but not at this level.
Meanwhile, owner title to someone many of you have probably heard of before, folks that are somewhat familiar on this circuit. Amazing. 29th owner's title on this circuit, Andy. For Seth Klarman with Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, you think of the transformation since Chad Brown basically took over the operation and running things. They're always there. They have good horses, and obviously they're very involved in the game, but they're a good combination. I always remember what Seth Klarman said at the Eclipse Awards when he won Top Owner. Chad and I are a good combination, and that Chad and anybody are a good combination.
Well, I think it's really nice and right that he paid that kind of tribute to his trainer. And I think you'd have to go back to what, Andy, maybe Sigmund Sommer to even come close to an owner that has dominated owner standings like this. And he was doing that with a big turnover, a lot of claiming horses with Frank Martin. And I don't know that he won 29 titles.
No, I think they've had like 1 or 2 or something in that whole run that they haven't won. It's been incredible. I think they've won Saratoga 6 years in a row or something crazy, 7.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his trainer, who you just said is a good combination with anybody, has kind of proven that out. 33rd meet title for trainer Chad Brown. He's won 13 consecutive Belmont Fall titles.
You come from Saratoga where he won, I think, 45 races, almost a record for the meet, eclipsing a former record of his, and then you don't skip a beat when you come to Aqueduct, and you're still winning slightly more than 1 race a day.
And it would make sense that there would be a lull at some point, right? You got horses winning and having to step up in company and conditions, and that at one point there would be, okay, you've got to slow down at some point. You don't see that.
He also won a pretty big race over the weekend, I think.
Yeah, it's a slightly big race over the weekend.
It's a big box to check off, the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, I mean, these are the ones, obviously he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Long time ago we knew that, but to start getting these now, it's all about getting these big ones that are important to you individually, and now has that with a Classic. And not to mention, too, he got a couple of big ones he'd never won at Saratoga this summer as well, including the 4-Star Dave.
Yeah, Bill Mott gets a Whitney this summer, and Chad got a 4-Star Dave. Just asking, you'd be amazed to think he had never won a 4-Star Dave, considering a turf race he wins. And I think for the trainers, they're really successful as they got on. They've been around a while, and Chad's still young, but he's been training for about 15 years now. You start to think about the blanks. Nobody is worried that I need some water. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm fine. You start to fill in the blanks, the races you haven't won, right? And for Bill Mott, he got the Whitney this summer, and for Chad, he got the 4-Star Dave.
To me, that was the most amazing thing, that Bill Mott had never won a Whitney. I would have lost money on that bet if someone had asked me previous to that. Same with Chad and the 4-Star Dave, because we're so accustomed to seeing them win those big races, particularly in Saratoga.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up. We'll get this guy some water, and we'll see a little bit more of Manny Franco as well. Still no one really pivoting to get you any.
I can see.
The love for you
doesn't
is just
matter.
Off the charts here. Manny Franco, talked about Dylan winning Top Honors 2022, most wins on the circuit. Manny won it last year, and he's having another successful year this time around.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire, with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Forever Together has been produced on the outside, and she'll run to daylight as they run to the final furlong. And here is Caribbean Sunset, who comes bursting on through to take the lead. And Forever Together coming with giant strides, and there she is to win the Diana again. Forever Together.
Back to back in the Diana, Forever Together. Great one for Jonathan Shepard. $2.9 million in earnings, and would win the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, by the way, in 08.
Yeah, she really showed that she had a real future with a very good third-place finish in the Just a Game the year before. Then she upset the Diana. Of course, she was favored here, and my memory of that is that Jason Blewett and I were on the air covering the race, and we were in the paddock. We had no monitor, and the only way we could see the race at all was that big TV way on the other side of the paddock. And after the race was over, we had to do a talk-through of the race with no TV monitor, without ever really seeing the race. And I was counting in my head to 150 or minute 50 and roughly trying to coordinate it. And I'm going to tell you, when I watched the replay of the show in Clancy's bar at around 3 in the morning that night, I really thought I did a good job.
Especially at 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning at Clancy's,
yeah.
everything seems good.
Well, this year's edition of the Forever Together, Delahaye, Andy, I guess I'll start with you. Delahaye, this horse seemed like so much promise, and then a couple of near misses the last couple of starts.
Well, I'm not sure why they got away from being more aggressive with her. Maybe Richie can help me with that one. But the reality is that she overlays this field. She's 4 to 5 in the morning line, and if she runs the kind of races she's been running this year, they're all running for second. She's just better than them. I mean, that's Gina Romantica outside of her, who came on to win a Grade 1 in her next start. The horse on the rail, Boot Cachet, she won Grade 1, Grade 2, couple Grade 2s. These are really good horses. I'm not saying she's running as bad horses, but Delahaye may just be way better than them, Richie.
I think that's a very fair point. There is a little bit of speed. Maybe she should find herself in a good forward spot.
I don't think Flavian's going to rate her. What do you think?
Flavian is just so good at identifying how not to get in a horse's way. Yeah. Don't take anything away that comes easy.
So that coming up on Sunday coverage. Back to race 7 in this condition, $16,000, 6.5 furlong sprint ahead. Riders up, post parade here coming up in a moment. As you get a look at the 9 Chalky Cat, that's one who's coming off maybe a career best last time, and that was a big effort for the Linda Rice Barn. We'll get to that one in a moment. We start with Badlands Ruler, big long shot.
Yeah, big long shot, and PPs to boot. PPs to go along with it.
When Love Takes Over, does have some early speed.
Yeah, showed improved speed last time. Hung around okay.
15 to 1 on Sugar Gray Leonard. Blinkers come off.
Been a long time that this horse was able to run races that would make him competitive here on either dirt or turf.
Well, we know what the 4 wants to do. Get to the front, Matty Over.
Yeah, main speed, getting into a more appropriate spot. Did break his maiden for 25,000. 16, I think, fits perfect.
Also off a bit of a layoff, though.
Big performance from Devil's Key last start, just missed.
Yeah, but the problem is he's got a lot of seconds and don't trust him, but he's logical.
He's got it. Eric Cancel rides.
Yeah, taking another drop in class down to the $16,000 level. Has run as low as 7,500 in the past, though.
Dad's good runner. Can we get that performance again that we got back in June?
I doubt it. That was a big speed track the same way Collected Special took advantage of his last start, and just a hard horse to trust for these connections.
Romero Mirage, Creesa.
Creesa dropping down but changing surfaces. This is the time of year you start seeing horses that are more turfy trying dirt to see if they should stick around for the
16,000 feels like a bit of a dump job, doesn't it?
Jockey Cat went by for Linda Rice, and then here's Thank You John outside at 9-2.
Yeah, well drawn outside and has races that could be competitive here.
So let's go back to Chalky Cat. Here's this 4-year-old for the Linda Rice barn. Dominant winner for 16,000 non-winners of 2 back on October 10th in this race.
Yeah, Linda Rice's numbers off of wins in the dirt are just fair, around 19% overall. It's like last time was the time. I will say with this horse, he is more suited as a deep closer to the shorter races than the mile races. I think it accentuates his kick.
He gets pace, and it accentuates his closing kick. Problem with him is there's times he just doesn't get out of the gate well. He gets squeezed, he gets pinched.
Every time.
Yeah,
virtually every
time.
single race he runs, he's had gate trouble in his life.
Exactly.
Day one.
Could put himself at a disadvantage right up the break, especially if he gets squeezed back.
Yep, I agree. That's his Achilles heel, to be honest.
Jose Lezcano giving him a spirited warm-up here.
Well, especially with horses that have a tendency not to break, there's 2 reasons. One, they're either just not as strong behind as they need to be to push off, or they act up in the gate and they're constantly shuffling their feet. So for that split second when the break comes, they have to set their feet, and they're going to get left a little bit, and then horses flow to empty space. So if a horse isn't head-to-head with another horse, the tendency is for the inside or the outside runners to come together.
He's always been a problem. He started out in the Bond Barn. He went to Eddie Barker after that, and now with Linda, but he's good enough to win this race. And you know, I have some questions. I picked the 6. He's got it. Dropping in class, tougher horses last time. Has run races good enough. Running in, kind of dirtied up by a turf race and went way over his head at a mile. And I think he makes some sense. But I think it's a very tough race. And Devil's Key is the favorite. I mean, he just feels kind of uncompelling. He lost last time at 9-5 in a softer spot. And it just feels like he's not very enticing as a favorite.
With more on Chalky Cat as the 3-1 choice. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
Yeah, hey Greg, and just wanted to pick up off of what Richie was talking about with Chalky Cat, how sometimes horses that don't break well don't have as much power in their hind end. Chalky Cat is what's called roachback. It's an unfortunate name for it, really, but what it basically means is that they're very flat in their back. There's no kind of from their withers down through their spine and then tipping up in their hind end, and you'll see that curve, that power in their hind end, and that's where they get their push off of. And so horses that are very flat in their hind end and almost kind of sloping off to, or flat along their back and sloping into their hind end sometimes have a little bit more trouble with the push off, and that's kind of what I've always noted with Chalky Cat. He's also a horse that sometimes doesn't have the biggest stride as well too, so it takes him a little bit of time to kind of get into the race, but I like the warm-up that I saw from him. Physically, in the way that he's turned out, he's looking great, good in his coat. Looks like he's really doing well right now for Linda, but I thought it was really good energy out on the track, and for his standards, moving well out there. The number 5, Devil's Key, I had liked coming in here because overall, he's very consistent, though he doesn't necessarily win. He runs the same kind of numbers that make him competitive. That being said, I backed off of him, seeing him in the flesh, because it looks like, and sometimes this can happen with horses based up at Finger Lakes, which he was for a short time in particular, being up north or with some of the colder temperatures, but he's really gotten long and wispy in his coat, and looks like he's just not carrying as good weight overall. He's incredibly fit. Looks like he's good in his energy, but just looks like from that standpoint, he's maybe kind of trending in the direction that you don't necessarily want to see, but is not uncommon at this time of year. Now, the number 6, He's Got It, I felt the exact opposite. He's one that sometimes doesn't carry the best of weight. He looks one of the best that I've seen him today, and immediately caught my eye in the paddock. Great in his coat, really, really well muscled in his hind end, which I appreciate, and is taking a drop in class for Jorge Abreu. I thought that he really looked best in all of the preliminaries in just the way that he stacks up against his competition today. The wild card of the race is the 4 Collected Special. Yes, he did break his maiden against New York bred $25,000 types, but his last win was against significantly tougher 2 starts back, and he does have early speed. And in that turf try, which didn't go well, we then didn't see him all summer coming back here. He's one that takes a little bit of time to kind of get his feet underneath him and to get going. He's quite big for a sprinter. He's fit enough coming back off the layoff. I certainly think he could be a player. Matty Olver kept him with the pony for his warm-up, but I thought that he was a little bit tough to trust on that drop in class, but it comes back for a barn who certainly is firing right now, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 5-2 favorite remains this 9-horse for Linda Rice. Chalky Cat, despite those issues out of the gate. We'll see what happens.
I think it's problematic.
I wouldn't bet him at 5-2, but I do think he's one of the worst to beat. Do you expect the 4 to be able to clear and control this race, Richie? Collected Special.
I guess it comes down to who could be the other pace. Dad's good runner.
Yep.
When Love Takes Over has shown speed at times. Thing is, I feel like
coming in fresh, 4 with turf sprint
I would
speed.
think the 4 is going to be in front. I mean, I think the 1, the 7, the 10 are all potentially close to her. But I thought he'd be the speed of the speed.
That's what I thought. That's why I picked him. He is coming off a bit of a layoff, so that could be problematic. But when he runs, when he's won, it's because he's made the lead. And I think Matty Olver, who's ridden him in the past, she keeps it pretty simple, and she allows horses to do their thing.
He has run figures that make him competitive here, so he certainly can win. My problem is when he won his last dirt race, it was a big speed track, and I think that really, really helped him. And frankly, I don't love the fields he's running against, but I can understand him as the speed trying to wire the field. 7-2 seems like a little low on him to me.
He was 6-1 not that long ago. A lot of money came pouring in, though.
Maybe the money's right.
Devil's Key, the 5, another one coming off a big performance, just missed for this same condition. Chris Engelhardt, that one at 7-2 as well. This one, though, has been the favorite throughout. So 5-2, Chalky Cat and Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice. We're set for the 7th. We'll go upstairs, now 2-1 to Chris Griffin for the call.
Collected Special. Devil's Key. Thank you, John, to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Badlands Ruler has asked for speed, but Collected Special is right there, and there's Collected Special now with a head in front. A host of pursuers, they line up on the front end, as up on the far outside there. In that early mix is Thank You, John. In between horses comes Creasa, also right there in the 2-path. Now comes Dad's Good Runner in that mix, and those 3 across the racetrack. Collected Special is back to 4th, and tipping off the rail is Badlands Ruler. Is followed there towards the outside from When Love Takes Over, is in the 6th spot, 22-1. It's a pressured opening quarter mile. 4 wide in that group is Devil's Key. From the back, trying to rally on is Chalky Cat. 2 at the back, that's He's Got It. With Sugar, Gray Leonard. The battle continues up front, and Thank You, John is now trying to shake loose. It's Thank You, John has dispatched of Dad's Good Runner, who's alone in 2nd. Creases all in from 3rd. Chalky Cat with momentum but wide. At the rail is Badlands Ruler looking for room. Also in between horses, When Love Takes Over, Devil's Key's got to pick it up, and He's Got It from the back. The leader is Thank You, John at the top of the stretch, and Thank You, John is 5 lengths in front. Chalky Cat in full pursuit, and here comes Chalky Cat, who's now within range. They're approaching a final furlong. Still trying to hold off the run. It's Thank You, John in front. Chalky Cat catching with every single stride. Thank You, John, almost there. Chalky Cat is lunging towards the outside. Thank You, John is still there. Chalky Cat to the outside. Chalky Cat will get the win. Chalky Cat over Thank You, John. Flying on for the back was He's Got It and Badlands Ruler in 1:17 and 3.
Big lead in the stretch for Thank You, John. Not a great start again for Chalky Cat, but in the end, it wasn't even that difficult, it looked like.
Able to overcome the poor start, but that's something that's been his MO pretty much his entire career, and Jose Lezcano contributed a really nice, strong ride to get him up over a loose on the lead. Thank you, John.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going to disagree there. They went 22-1, 45-2. I think the 10 ran remarkably well.
Oh, I agree. I'm not
incredibly unlucky to lose this
Well, how
race.
are we disagreeing?
No, I thought you were saying a loose in the lead. He was fighting.
He was
a
four in
3-horse
front.
duel. No, but he was 3-horse duel until he just ran away from around the 5/16 pole.
Yeah, but he opened up and he got run down.
But he wasn't loose. He had to fight. If he got a tepid pace, he would have galloped it. I mean, first of all, the 6 should have won the race. I mean, the 9 broke a little slow, but at least Jose got in position. You know, Eric Cancella rode the 6. Just, I mean, come on. He just looks
finished
for trouble.
best of
He
all.
ends up way last in here. And the reality, to me at least, and I think the
There's
10
the
is the one
9
who did
dropping
all the
back
running
to
in
last
here.
again.
Right, but watch Eric on the 6. It's like he can't drop the anchor fast enough. And now it's probably not totally his fault, but he's going to steady in here as the other horse is getting out on him. And it's just like, why are you in those spots all the time? And he was flying at the end, but didn't the 10 do all the dirty work here?
I did say to you at one point, they're going very fast,
No,
aren't they? 45-1.
Well, when you said he was loose.
I think he
that's
meant
what
in
I'm
the
saying.
In the
stretch.
stretch,
Yes, he got clear.
he had a big lead in the stretch and got run down.
9-10-6-1. Chalky Cat, poor beginning, drops back to last. It does not matter. Gets the victory, but yeah, Gallant in defeat. Thank you, John, for this level going pretty quick early. Had to battle to eventually get that lead. Winds up second best. And 9-1 on your 6 horse here. Checks in third. He's got it. In the end, it's the favorite. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Coming up next, we have stakes action ahead. Back-to-back stakes to close out this Friday card. Jody's Pride. First 2 races of her career were winners. They both came off the grass. She finally gets on the lawn for the first time today when we come back.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher,
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2, dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon as we just saw Chalky Cat with back-to-back victories running down. Thank you, John, at the wire. Winning trainer Linda Rice joining me here. Chalky Cat, he's really found his form, Linda. It's not an easy thing to do, especially for lower-level claiming horses to go through their conditions right away.
Yeah, you know, I thought, based on his pedigree and his conformation, that he'd love a mile. He struggles to get away from the gates. I thought the mile distance would help him with that. And I was wrong. He didn't perform very well at the mile. He's much better as a closing sprinter. And so, you know, now he's put a couple races back-to-back, so that's good.
And you mentioned the way that he gets away from the gate. It's just kind of how he's always been. And I think you can kind of see it in the way that he's built, the way he's put together as well.
Yes, he really doesn't look fast, and he struggles to keep up with the sprinters early. And but once he gets underway, I don't know if you've noticed, but he's a very big horse, and he's got a big stride on him, and he closes well.
It certainly closed well today. Has to be exciting watching him keep coming and show some fight down to the wire like he did today.
Yeah, it was, and because the horse on the lead, thank you, John, he looked like he had a pretty easy trip there with nobody pressuring him. But I was very happy. Jose Lezcano rode him very hard to get there.
He certainly did. Well, congratulations putting it all together at Chalky Cat.
Thank you, Keisha.
Linda Rice picking up another one. It looks like she's got this horse figured out, Greg.
Yeah, sometimes you just, again, we check those boxes, see what these horses like to do. You've got to figure it out on the racetrack sometimes.
Yeah, you know, it's that notion. They're closing in those races, they'll be better going longer. The thing is, in general, you rate to get faster paces going 6.5 furlongs, and closers are about pace, not necessarily distance.
Love those closing sprinters too, right? Because they really do come up with that pop while the other horses are getting tired, and they make you look good because you're finishing and the other horses are struggling.
Yeah. Friday feature, Grade 3 Pebbles, 3-year-old fillies, mile on the grass, and oversubscribed. Favorite for Chad Brown, Jody's Pride, runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies on dirt, getting on the lawn for the first time. This race named after a sensational British bred. It was the first British bred to ever win a Breeders' Cup race. And how confident were they were going to win this race? They supplemented for $240,000 to come here.
And the race was only worth $2 million back then. $1 million to the winner.
What a ride she got too from Pat Ettery, Steve Cawthon second on Strawberry Road. I got a little bit of a thrill, Andy, rallying up the rail to be third. And I actually made more money up to that point in my career finishing third than I had winning any other race I had up to that
Incredible.
You know, I think the first two finishers were the chalks. And you were like 80-1, so I really think you gave the best ride.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The inaugural turf winner was in that race too. Lashkari, Theatrical, who would win it
2 years later.
Down the line in 1987, was in that field as well. And Pebbles, you guys know, best known for what?
Winning the Breeders' Cup Turf here at Akron.
Like to enjoy a little bit of Guinness in part of the training regimen.
Also being the sister of Bam Bam. I figured I'd steal the corniest line of the day from Richie.
She traveled here with a horse named Come On the Blues, who was in the Shergar the next day and was one of the favorites.
Lost to win.
And it was a really good mile race that day, too. Either one of them would have been competitive, I believe, in the Breeders' Cup mile.
A race named for Shergar.
Yeah, how about that?
The kidnapped horse, right?
Yeah,
they never found him, right?
Never found him.
This year's edition 6-5 right now and oversubscribed for Chad Brown, winner of that Wild Applause, and probably a little bit unlucky not to win that Lake George.
Yeah, I agree. But this is a very contentious field, and while I picked oversubscribed, I think you can make cases for, you don't know about the Euro, the 3, the 4 is live, the 5 is live, the 6 is live, the 7's live, the 8's live. It's a pretty good field.
Some inflated numbers right now on some big contenders, too, which we'll get to in just a little bit. Oversubscribed, though. 6-5 favorite. Grade 3 Pebbles, Autumn Days, Turf Sprint to close out this Friday action. And we'll have more on this race coming up when we return. Our main event on this Friday afternoon, 30th running of the Pebbles. Stay with us. 17 minutes to post. And this big one for 3-year-old fillies on the lawn next.
Giroux
Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew. Secretariat.
Zenyatta.
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
You've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards the limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer, or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10 and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred, and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today, owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse have the opportunity for a say, and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
Back with you as we get set for our Friday feature coming up. Grade 3 Pebbles for 3-year-old fillies, and there is no Mo Candy. Saffie Joseph Jr., John Velasquez will be aboard, and this one likes to go to the front.
Yes, but she's not going to be in front of Makenga unless that one doesn't get out of the gate. She was able to win her turf debut wiring a field and beating Dancing Dean, who's entered going long tomorrow and has run well, but it's problematic for her. Is she going to be as effective rating? Because she ain't getting the lead from Makenga unless that one doesn't get out of the gate.
Yeah, hard.
I mean, she gets left 5 lengths.
Hard to see
She's
that happening.
fast.
So we'll see what happens. Yeah, you say beat Dancing Dean. Dancing Dean came back and won. It seems like a mile and 3/8. Likes to.
She beat a weak field last time, but she's okay. I mean, I'm just saying that wasn't a bad field. And the horse actually finished third, was flying at the wire and almost won the Mother Goose on the dirt.
Here's oversubscribed. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat. No question the one to beat.
Yeah. She has the credentials, but you know it's not like others near don't have credentials. And you know Chad Brown obviously wrapped up the Eclipse Award for leading trainer over the weekend with the big win in the Classic. You know I think she's the horse to beat, but she's 8-5 to 2-1 because there is depth in this field, Richie. We run these turf stakes late in the year; they get solid fields.
They really do, and I agree with you. I don't think it's just an absolute layup for oversubscribed. And listen, Makanga did defeat her once.
She had things go her own way, but when oversubscribed beat Makanga, they basically ran Makanga into the ground, and she ran very well to be third. No, I don't disagree. They're similar, more similar in ability to 9-1 and 3-2.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start off with oversubscribed, who does come out of that try in the QE2 last time out, but that was going 9 furlongs. And I think that the mile actually suits her a lot better. So I like the cutback in distance. And while she was pressing the pace last time out, she broke running, and then the pace setter's kind of fading, and she was beaten by some very good horses. She Feels Pretty, Soprano, just a talented field. And I think that it's more along the lines of what we're going to get from her with what we saw in the Lake George, where she did have some legitimate trouble being stymied and no room to run, with Pounce having the best momentum on the outside. So oversubscribed, she's typically one that gets a little bit warm in the preliminaries, so that's what I'm seeing from her today. So not going to take it as a negative. It is unseasonably warm for early November, but she was really sharp touting herself as soon as she came here into the paddock. But I think this is the right kind of spot for her. We'll see if she can get back to the winner's circle as she does cut back a little bit in distance and coming out of a Grade 1 try. The number 4, Whiskey Decision, is another one that tried Grade 1 company. She can be a handful. Watch that Del Mar Oaks where she absolutely dragged Umberto Rispoli up to the front. And then last time out, when she was breaking well, then taken back, she got very headstrong. So I hope that Luan Machado gives her head and she's able to be a bit more forward. Now, that being said, comparing what I see from her physically to last time, and I liked her in that last race in the Winter Memories as well, she is a pretty big filly, but she's gotten herself pretty hot in here. And it is, like I said, it's still warm out, but hopefully she's able to keep things under wrapped and stay settled in the preliminaries, not doing too much before the race begins. The number 3, See You Around, comes in with some pretty strong form in France and off of a bit of a layoff, but she has been training with some good horses from the Christophe Clement barn, being the lead for horses like La Ray, who won the Winter Memories, and Farbridge before the Joe Hirsch victory. She stacks up favorably coming here stateside. Great condition in her U.S. debut. Was a horse that typically it kind of mid-pack in her runs over in Europe, so hopefully she can get into the race breaking well, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Post parade, here we go for the Grade 3 Pebbles. We start with Dea Matrona, the other Chad Brown filly in the race.
Yeah, she's obviously over her head coming out of claiming races. I wonder what she'll do in this race.
No Mo Candy, what will she do without the lead?
Yeah, she's going to be rating today for sure. You would have to believe with Johnny Velasquez at the presence of Makanga.
Group 3 placed in her last start. See You Around State's debut.
Lay Ray won the Winter Memories with probably worse European form, but this is a tough spot.
Whiskey Decision, a monster performance at Churchill Downs on the grass.
Yeah, Luan Machado, the rider up next aboard for that. He comes in to ride her.
Runner-up last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies on dirt, first on turf for Jody's Pride.
There's pedigree, and this horse is very live. She's got decent dirt form. She's going to move in the surface.
Favorite oversubscribed.
Very logical favorite, too.
Makanga.
One way to go. Just don't get in her way and let her roll and hope for the best.
Jose Lezcano tasked with trying to get her every step of the way. Way to be Marie off the bench for Rob Atras.
Could work out a good trip here. I mean, she's a filly that has speed, but she can come from just off the pace. Maybe she gets first run.
It's a tough spot off a long layoff, but she is she's a big price for a horse that has the credentials she does, losing a tough one in dynamic pricing at Churchill. And there's a lot of interesting horses near. You know, we touched on Whiskey Decision. It was a Whiskey Decision that maybe rated her last time out, maybe letting her find her way a little early will be a better idea.
Incredibly far back last time out. Meanwhile, this one here finally getting on the lawn, has the pedigree for it. We'll see what happens today in the turf debut for Jody's Pride. With more, let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Steve Weston of Parkland Thoroughbreds, who's also the breeder of Jody's Pride as well. Steve, long-awaited return for Jody's Pride for a filly that actually is bred for the turf. How do you feel that she'll take to the surface today?
Well, we did breeze her once up at Saratoga, and Jorge loved the way she breezed. So this is her chance now to try the turf. You know, we tried her to get her on the turf all last year, and it never happened. So hopefully she follows her mother and wins out here. Jody's song won first time out here, you know, on the turf. So hopefully we're lucky today.
And you have that Breeders' Cup hat on. Such a big effort last year as a 2-year-old. How fun for you, and especially being a filly that you bred?
Well, it was amazing. I mean, we went into the race at 17-1, and, you know, we hoped to, you know, that she runs okay. You know, maybe she could hit the board. And coming down the stretch, we got excited. And where we were standing, we couldn't really tell for sure, you know, where it was. But she missed by a head, and she missed winning the race by a head. She missed being Horse of the Year by a head, and the Eclipse Award by a head. But it's nice to have her back, and hopefully she'll run well.
We look forward to seeing her today. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the interview.
Greg?
She's an exciting prospect here, and look, she ran so good in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly. She won those first 2 starts that came off the grass on dirt that they pointed her there. She just missed against the eventual champion, and then she was on the road to the Oaks before things went bad in the Ashland, and she went to the bench.
Now, she was entered in the 6 furlong turf stake here about a month ago when we had to cancel on when it smelled up on the roof, and new reason to cancel. And when they redrew the race for a week later, Jorge Abreu said he kind of wanted to run a little longer, so he said, I'm going to wait for the pebbles. So, and listen, I mean, this was one of the best 2-year-olds in the country last year, narrowly losing the Breeders' Cup, whose pedigree says turf. They initially wanted to run her on the grass, so she can improve, and she's a generous 5-1 if you like her. I mean, if you want to go against oversubscribed, and you're right, 10-1 on the 4, 5-1 on the 5, 11-1 on the 8. I mean, these are all, I think, overlays. And I picked oversubscribed, but I didn't think she'd be even money here.
Massive favorite here, but that's the respect this barn and now this rider is starting to get as well. And certainly, look, stakes winner already. May have been best in that Grade 3 Lake George at Saratoga. So there was a lot to like in her corner.
Well, it's funny also, it shows that people will bet anything that Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz have in a race. If they're betting the claiming horse, Dia Matrona, at 12-1 in this. I mean, she's basically the same price as the bottom, who's a legitimate graded stakes quality runner. I mean, how is the 1 going to win this race?
Yeah, the only thing that kind of led me away from the 8 Way to Be Marie is look at her races without Lasix. And she did bleed last time and has had an extended period of time off to recover from that.
Well, she ran well 2 back without Lasix, Richie, to be fair. I don't know about that.
Yeah, but sometimes they get away with it once and then it catches up with them. But it's a concern for me.
That's fine, but I'm not giving her a ring endorsement. I didn't pick her in the top 4 in top race. All I'm saying is, how is she the same price as the 1?
Well, no,
that's all I'm saying.
I agree with that.
5 times as likely to win this race than the 1, if not more so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Way too big a price. This barn has been good with these numbers off the bench, and she has shown her ability, you know, on more than one occasion. But obviously, the Grade 2 Edgewood just missing to a good one in dynamic pricing. She showed real talent.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is, this is what happens when you have a competitive field and oversubscribed is overbet. You're getting horses that have credentials to win. Listen, I don't like Makanga today, but is she really supposed to be paying $18? No. And it's weird enough for the 1 at even money, but I mean, the 6 even money, the 1 at 12-1, the 1 should be 25, 30, 40-1, based on her credentials.
With more on Way to Be Marie, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and picking up on what Richie was saying about the conversation with running without Lasix again after bleeding, Maggie Wolfendale mentioning earlier that Rob Atras had shared that Way to Be Marie did get sick when shipping last time as well, which sometimes can impact that as well, having a little bit of trouble throughout the running of the race. And also, she was sidelined after a race in June. I don't remember exactly what the temperatures were like, but June would obviously, you would imagine, be warmer than May, missing the summer, coming back now in some ideally cooler temperatures, sometimes that can really help a horse that maybe has some trouble with bleeding or with needing Lasix throughout their races. So I would imagine being in the fall would be better for Way to Be Marie. Now, the number 5, Jody's Pride, we just heard from her connections, and yes, she is out of a mare that was 2 for 2 on the grass, who Jorge Abreu also trained. She also had a sibling that won on the turf, and she's actually filled out quite a lot in the latter part of her 3-year-old season, which I appreciate. She was being outworked this summer a few times by a promising 2-year-old, but that turned out to be Scottish Lassie, who won the Frizette and then went on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies as well. So I'm intrigued to see Jody's Pride here in this spot, and I've been pleased to see the progression for her, but she'll need to have her running shoes on against this field. The number 7, Makanga. Rick Ductorow shared the other day that he felt that she really does well here at Aqueduct because she's a lot more settled. She really kind of lost the plot back before the Saratoga Oaks, where she was a mess in the receiving barn coming over. Then she was fighting John Velasquez the whole way, just giving herself absolutely no chance running off there on the front end in the way that she did. And then 2 starts back, sprinting away, even still in the Jockey Club Oaks. Today is the quietest I have ever seen her. She is so much more relaxed. She was just caught last time out. I wonder if maybe shorter actually is going to be better for her with her speed, but one thing we know, you've got to give her head and let her run. But so far this year, this is the best I have seen her acting in the preliminaries, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. That's good news for backers and connections of Makanga, and hopefully for Jose Lezcano, where he's not going to have to fight her too much.
No, I think it's a futile endeavor to fight with her. You're just going to waste more energy in a negative way. Put your hands down and let her do what she wants to do.
To answer the girl that brought you there, if she runs off and folds up, well, she was going to fold up anyway. You didn't have any choice. And sometimes you have a horse that makes it easy to make those decisions.
But you, Andy, I think pointed out now 4 to 5 on oversubscribed. But the fact that Way to Be Marie is 12 to 1, basically the same price as Dea Matrona, the 1, that is shocking.
It doesn't make any sense. Now, maybe Dea Matrona has been working well or something, and that's why they ran her in here, but it's an odd Chad Brown type move. I doubt maybe she's going to be aggressive early. I don't know. She's an odd horse in here.
But look who's aboard, too.
But she's 13 to 1, and the 9 is 8 is 11 to 1, and the 8 is a proven great stakes quality runner. Now, she's layoff or not. This horse just beat Next on Stage. I don't think Ray Handel was thinking of running her there.
Irad, Chad, that's got to be why this horse taking that kind of money.
Just shows they can rent her anybody, and some people will bet.
4 to 5 favorite, though. It is Chad Brown's oversubscribed. Clarvitz Stable Silks, Flavien Prat. Grade 3 Pebbles feature on this Friday card, day 2 of this Aqueduct Fall meet. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And Way to Be Marie. Way to Be Marie goes in. All set for the Pebbles. And they're off. Flashing early speed is Jody's Pride. From in between horses, No Mo Candy is in the early mix, and there's Makanga, and Makanga from the outside is going to cross over. Makanga with the speed, and Makanga's up by a full length and a half, is out in the center of the course, though, wants to get out just a touch, is now going to get over to the rail. Makanga, the clear leader. Just off of this leader is going to be No Mo Candy, is going to stalk from second, is alone in that second position as Way to Be Marie is backed off the tempo in third. At the rail comes Dea Matrona, is now in the 4th position, is followed by Jody's Pride, who broke on top back to 5th. Towards the inside of Jody's Pride is See You Around. The 2 at the back, oversubscribed, and the trailer, Whiskey Decision. Makanga trying to slow things down up front. It's Makanga, who went 23-3 for that opening quarter mile, is now 2 lengths in front of No Mo Candy, and John Velasquez right there, just watching this pace setter and inching closer, is now within a length and a half of the lead. Way to Be Marie watches the action from third and oversubscribed. Starts to make the first move for Prat. Has now taken 4th on her own as they move into the far turn. 47-3, the half-mile time in the Pebbles. The leader is Makanga, but No Mo Candy is ready to challenge, is now within a half length of the leader. Way to Be Marie is all in here from third, oversubscribed, has about 5 to make up. They reach the top of the lane. The leader is still Makanga trying to gut it out. No Mo Candy's been stalking and watching the action, and No Mo Candy is now challenging and puts ahead in front. A big late run, oversubscribed, and also right there, Way to Be Marie. The leader is No Mo Candy, oversubscribed, is running at a time time trying to catch this leader. No Mo Candy wins the Pebbles. It's No Mo Candy who wins it oversubscribed. Then came Way to Be Marie and Jody's Pride in 1 minute 34 and 4.
No Mo Candy. That is now 3 wins in a row. Back-to-back on grass, and does it this time without the lead.
Absolutely tripped out. Makenga went to the lead, was a bit keen. Jose Lezcano was trying to throttle that speed. I don't know if that was the greatest strategy. Johnny Velasquez was able to tip to her clear, get first run, and hold off the back runners oversubscribed. Looked like she was spinning her wheels around the far turn, and he came with her late run, though.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Because of the poor judgment in riding Makenga, you've got to let her go, and they didn't do that, and she backed up and beat one horse. This horse basically sort of found herself on the lead in a wildly slow pace. Now, she's impossible to make on paper. Her turf start couldn't win it. It's not the first horse that's won for this barn. It's been hard to make on paper, and it won't be the last one. But she had a big tactical advantage, it turned out, with the way they rode Makenga. Oddly, the ride they gave her helped this horse, but, man, she ain't easy to make on paper.
Biggest price on the board at 18-1.
Well, she's a bigger price than the 1. Now, I didn't like her, but she was 20 times likelier to win this race than the 1.
2, 6, 8, 5. 4-5 favorite. Settles for second. No Mo Candy. 3 in a row. First came a Gulfstream. Then gets on the grass here, and looks like grass is what she wants to do now with this Grade 3 victory. But, yeah, early on, Makenga and Jose Lezcano, she was not happy.
No, and you know, listen, after an eighth of a mile is when she kind of really gets on the bridle, and you saw Jose was kind of intent on trying to slow her down, back her off the bit, and she just showed she resents restraint, she wants to be a free runner.
To 7.
Yeah, and you can see, right, he's allowing her here, just kind of put his hands down. Okay, now after she clears, this is when he gets into a fight with her. He reaches up, gets a big hold of her, and even watch, you know, well, if we get a chance to go back and watch further in the first turn,
you don't see it until around
gets to throwing her
back,
head around, and it just doesn't lend itself to a horse breathing properly and getting in an efficient rhythm.
When a horse shows you something, you've either got to just deal with it or not run them. But riding like that, she's never. We said it. We were watching, and when we took a hold, we both said to each other, "Well, she has no chance now. None."
Once she got to flipping her head around and was in a fight with Jose, her trip was over.
She had a better chance if she opened up 8 lengths and went too fast.
Yeah, riders are just so against opening up and getting nailed, but if that's the horse you're riding, you've got to play to their strength.
Well, if there's any rider who really isn't, it's Jose Lezcano. Think back to what he did with Voodoo Song at Saratoga.
Yeah.
How big he opened
Didn't
up
he
on
also
that
ride
horse.
that horse Black something for Dave Canizzo? Who was that runoff New
Black
York
Tide?
bred? Black Tide.
Yeah.
I think Jose rode that horse a lot. Just let him give him their head.
We also not privileged to the conversation in the paddock and what orders he may or may not have been under.
Yeah, Rick could have been the one that made the mistake, too.
Yeah,
I mean, listen,
you know.
but I just don't
6,
understand it.
8,
She's shown them that.
5, John Velasquez, No Mo Candy, Saffie Joseph Jr., and back-to-back turf wins, 18-1 upset. Biggest price on the board in our Friday feature in the Pebbles.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. As we just saw in the Pebbles, no Mo Candy. Like taking candy from a baby with the trip that she got in the beautiful ride from John Velasquez, who joins me now. Johnny, you sat just off the hip of Makenga, who you've ridden before, and you know her running style. Can you talk a little bit about the trip that you got with your filly today?
Yeah, my filly broke really, really well from the gate. You know, I didn't want to be head and head with the other horse, Makenga, which I've been riding her before, and she's pretty difficult. But I want to be right behind him, though, you know, like not too far back, but also try to get my horse to relax a little bit. When she got to the first turn, she got pretty aggressive. And by the time we got to the back stretch, I was just going to put my hands down, let her to relax. And she actually came back to me once, and I kind of put my hands down. I was trying to pull her back, and she was going forward. And after that, it was pretty easy. When Makenga went out on the second turn, I just kind of put her right next to him. She relaxed really well and got to the top of the stretch. She had a nice finish, very nicely, yeah.
Yeah, she kicked away nicely, and seems she's really found a home on the turf as well. You could kind of see it. She seemed pretty happy out there today.
She was, and she was very competitive. As soon as I got next to, to the horse in front, head and head, she got really competitive, and I like that, though. And then she kind of, when I asked her to go down the stretch, she continued going very nicely. I mean, the first time for me to get on her, and I watched her race last time, but the way she did it today was very professional.
Very professional indeed. And talking about some big wins, we saw you this past weekend at the Breeders' Cup, winning the sprint for Dan Blacker with Straight No Chaser, a horse that sat a little bit off the pace this time and showed a lot of fight down to the wire. How thrilling for that victory.
That's amazing. I mean, Dan did a great job, with his horse to bring him back this year, and obviously to done what he's done with him. But it's funny because a year ago, I thought we were going to bring the Breeders' Cup sprint with him. Yeah. Obviously didn't happen. We waited a whole year. That when I told him, it's like, I thought we were going to do this last year, but we did it this year. So well done. So great job with him and the partners, and to let him do whatever he needed to do with him to bring him back this year and bring him back as a high level is very difficult. So very proud just to be part of it.
Worth the wait, indeed. Congratulations on the big weekend and the win here as well.
Thank you very much.
The master, John Velasquez, Greg.
Indeed, one of the greats. Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. No Mo Candy, proving she can be more than just an on-the-lead winner.
Listen, she's put together a heck of a resume here, right? 3 wins from 4 starts with a second. Interesting that she's owned by 2 of the top bloodstock agents in North America, at least, and I would say in the world, Niall Brennan and Mike Bryan in partnership.
Yeah, well, sometimes, you'll see them buy horses and whatever. It's good they kept this horse. She ended up with the softest of trips because of the foolish decision to sort of fight with the 7. The 7 had no chance. She was out of the race. She doesn't want to be fought with him. She beat one horse, as evidenced by that. And she ends up sort of, in an odd way, losing the lead in a very, very slow pace. And her chief rival, oversubscribed, was compromised by that. It would have been a different race if Jose had let the 7 go. He might have won, but this horse wouldn't have.
Pick 6 carryover. We know that now.
No, the 4 is covered.
Oh, the 4 is covered. Yeah. Excuse me.
I still think there'll be a carryover, but 4 is covered.
1 leg remaining in the pick 5. We will not see this on our program. We're going to sign off here in about 7 minutes. You can watch it on the app at Naira Bets. And to the favorite, Tupi right now, $4,378. And yeah, excuse me, Tupi is paying $53,840. Everyone else is a carryover in the pick 6. Again, you'll catch this on the Naira Bets app. We have no show Saturday, but we are back on Sunday, and we have some good stakes action ahead.
Well, Richie wants to stay on the set and just, if anyone wants to come up and hang out, Richie's going to do a little seminar on the set.
Yeah, just, I want to practice, like.
I didn't want to say anything, but.
Hey. Practice makes perfect.
Saturday card, I know we're not going to be on for it, but you can't watch it. Of course, you can wager on it on the Naira Bets app, and this will look at the field for the Red Smith and Masterpiece. We talked about earlier, trying to repeat in this race, and seems like in much better form coming into it this year.
They're running against, decent horses out west for the division, considering what this division is. He's going to handle the distance, and he's just the worst to beat. Is he quite as good form as he was last year? I'm not confident, but I have no argument he's the worst to beat.
I would agree with that. He does have to find a place to tuck in someplace. It's not that long of a run to the first of 3 turns, but he's already proven to be a long-winded horse and winning this race. Was it last year?
Yes, it
Won it
was.
last year. Upset the field last year.
At
For
10
some
to
reason, I thought
1.
it was 2 years ago.
Might have been first time for Rick last year. It was close.
Integration, meanwhile, Shug McGahee just displayed so much talent first few starts of his career. He started out a 3-for-3, 5-length win in the Grade 2 Hill Prince early on in his career. Is he up to the distance?
That's the question. If you're confident he's going to handle the distance, I think he's going to win the race. But I got to tell you, the mile-and-a-half race, Kentucky Downs, he was awful. Kenner gave him a perfect ride that day. Down the rail. I know it's Kentucky Downs and goofy things happen. I don't want to condemn him just because of that performance, but his mile-and-a-half race there was bad. And I think when you're concerned that he's going to have problems with extra distance, I think that has to be a concern. I think on his best day, he's the most talented horse in the race at whatever distance he handles.
No, I think that's fair. For me, Kentucky Downs is tough to make that assessment because there's so much undulation in the ground, and some horses just lose their confidence.
No, I agree. I'm not condemning him of it,
No.
but it's not a great sign. I think that's my own. I'm looking for reasons. Listen, I pick limited liability for better.
And again, shout out to City Man, the New York bred. This is going to be his finale. A horse who's accomplished quite a bit and taking a big shot for a horse who's been in against exclusively New York breds for quite a while. They're going to go out with him trying to get a Grade 2.
And it was just what a neat horse, right? Winner of over $1.3 million. And I thought his last race was very good. I thought that was more of the City Man we had become accustomed to seeing.
I agree. Terrific horse who's had a great career. His win in the Forbidden Apple was so good we changed the name of the race.
We'll be back on again on Sunday. Part of that coverage, Grade 3 Long Island and La Mahena Immensitude getting reunited. What are your thoughts?
I like the Sammy Joe horse.
Won 4 in a row coming in.
I like Graham Motion's other horse too.
For Graham Motion, yeah, no show Sammy Joe. Distance for that one. Question as well, but it seems pedigree-wise should love it. We're back Sunday, 12 Eastern, Fox Sports 2. Check your local listings. Watch all the action tomorrow on the NYRA Bets app. No Mo Candy coming from Offutt with John Velasquez to take the Grade 3 Pebbles in our Friday feature. And La Mahena. For Christophe Clement, Kendra Carmouche will be aboard. Coming off that victory in the Grade 3 way, no, she likes a mile and 3/8, no show. Sammy Joe trying to win a 5th straight for Graham Motion. Flavia Pratt will be aboard. We will see you Sunday at noon.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks,
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
as well as Born Dancer
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
and 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Field steps on the track for today's 9th race, the 9th and final. 7 minutes away, the 8th running of the Autumn Days. $150,000, 6 furlongs, outer turf. Race 9, the Autumn Days, in 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 9, the Autumn Days. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for the 9th and final, the Autumn Days. Field moving in. Don't look back at all. Ms. Big Bucks. Tupi. Mohawk Trail. Love Appeals. Runners to the outside, Union Dolly and Risk Threshold. Risk Threshold goes in. All set for the Autumn Days. And they're off. They all break well as Ms. Big Bucks flashes that early speed and Don't Look Back at All is joining that early leader. Tupi is not going to lose position, splits those rivals as they line up. Risk Threshold from the outside draw, and they line up 4 across the course early. Love Appeals drafts right in behind them, is now in 5th, and at the rail moving forward, that's Golden Hostess in 6th. It's another length and a half back to Mohawk Trail towards the back end of the field. Union Dolly with the trailer. Loon Cry, 22 and 3 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Risk Threshold is trying to shake loose. Risk Threshold is now a length and a half clear. Ms. Big Bucks encouraged to move forward towards the outside, and in hand, Don't Look Back at All is moving nicely here as At the Rail. Ground Saving Journey is in 3rd. Looks ready to roll here for Rat Ortiz Jr. Tips towards the outside. The leader is Risk Threshold at the top of the lane. Don't Look Back at All is ready to pounce, and here comes a run from the back. Love Appeals is rallying. Also, Golden Hostess is right there. Tupi's got a lot of ground to make up. Risk Threshold is still there. Love Appeals is going to get the jump, and here's Love Appeals back to 3rd. Don't Look Back at All. Inside the final 16th, it's Love Appeals who's in front. Love Appeals, Risk Threshold, Love Appeals wins the Autumn Days. Love Appeals over Risk Threshold, who's in a photo with the oncoming Golden Hostess, and Tupi finished 4th at 1 minute 9 seconds flat. Order finish. First the 10, Love Appeals. Second the 6, Golden Hostess. Third the 12, Risk Threshold. Fourth the 4, Tupi. 10, 6, 12, 4 in race 9. Running time, 1 minute 9.17 in the autumn days. Into the winner's circle. The winner of today's 9th race, the 8th running of the autumn days, number 10, Love Appeals. Love Appeals, she's a 4-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Speightstown. Out of Gioia Stella. Winning owners, Moyglare Stud Farm. Winning trainers, Christophe Clement. The winning jockey, Dylan Davis. Another victory for trainer Christophe Clement. And rider, Dylan Davis with another victory on the afternoon. Love Appeals wins the autumn days. Stand by for prices from race 9. Exacta, $83.25. The double, $116.25. Trifecta, $457.75. The $1 superfecta, $3,043 even. The $1 pick 3, 9 to 10, $403. Pick 4, $1,689.25. Late pick 5, $13,228.25. The pick 6, 5 out of 6, $2,185. We'll talk about the carryover in just a second, as I believe we have a trophy presentation coming up for the autumn days. There is Dylan Davis representing the Moyglare Stud Farm. Trainer Christophe Clement, their entire team. Dylan Davis gets the trophy in the autumn days. Love Appeals at Aqueduct. Congratulations. Pick 6 carryover for tomorrow, $34,660 in the pick 6. Carryover into tomorrow. 10 races on the card. First post time tomorrow, 11:40 for live racing action here at Aqueduct. And a pick 6 carryover, $34,660. It'll start in race number 5 tomorrow afternoon. That concludes our live racing program. Simulcasting does continue. We'll see you tomorrow for a Saturday. First post, 11:40, right here at the Big A. Pick 6 carryover, $34,660. Good night from Aqueduct. And they're off. All break well as Ms. Big Bucks flashes that early speed and don't look back at all as joining that early leader. Tupi is not going to lose position, splits those rivals as they line up. Risk Threshold from the outside draw, and they line up 4 across the course early. Love Appeals drafts right in behind them, is now in 5th, and at the rail moving forward, that's Golden Hostess in 6th. It's another length and a half back to Mohawk Trail towards the back end of the field. Union Dolly with the trailer. Loon Cry, 22 and 3 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Risk Threshold is trying to shake loose. Risk Threshold is now a length and a half clear. Ms. Big Bucks encouraged to move forward towards the outside, and in hand, Don't Look Back at All is moving nicely here as At the Rail. Ground Saving Journey is in 3rd. Looks ready to roll here for Rat Ortiz Jr. Tips towards the outside. The leader is Risk Threshold at the top of the lane. Don't Look Back at All is ready to pounce, and here comes a run from the back. Love Appeals is rallying. Also, Golden Hostess is right there. Tupi's got a lot of ground to make up. Risk Threshold is still there. Love Appeals is going to get the jump, and here's Love Appeals back to third. Don't Look Back at All. Inside the final 16th, it's Love Appeals who's in front. Love Appeals, Risk Threshold, Love Appeals wins the Autumn Days. Love Appeals over Risk Threshold, who's in a photo with the oncoming Golden Hostess, and Tupi finished fourth at 1 minute 9 seconds flat.